Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, pacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay crazy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. 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 Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, pacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. 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 Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, pacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemakers lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curves, box flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel race in the grind, stay crazy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemakers lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink.
Woo! Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome in as we get ready to rumble here this evening from America's home for racing. It is Charlotte Motor Speedway here this evening for the always amazing wheel-to-wheel racing league as drivers getting their final opportunities in here for their qualifying session, making sure that they are absolutely hooked up and ready to roll, ready to rumble here this evening as we got a long day, but it's going to be a great day of racing action here this evening as my boy Chris Pilo coming in, showing the big love here in this one, coming in with the Sunday for 100 joules over there, throwing in the gems. We absolutely love that. Also sending in a joule, 60 joules for a poutine and a flower as well here this evening. We better give Chris his flowers here in this one, man. Absolute legend coming in, showing the big love with the donations here this evening and becoming a member again for 24 months. Absolutely insane. 24 months. Big Pilo 24 has been a part of the Peacemaker Sub Club, man. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely wild, my boy. Coming in, showing the massive love here in this one. Just says, popping by to drop that love to Peacemaker Gaming. Let's go, my man. Let's go, brother. Coming in, showing the big love here in this one. As drivers out on the racetrack there, laying down their quick time, trying to set themselves up for a big day here at the Speedway. As Big Pilo says, 2 years, baby. 2 years, man. 2 years. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely wild. 2 years of being a member of the Peacemaker Sub Club. That is absolutely wild. We can't thank you enough, my man. Can't thank you enough. As this is Ruggle Bruggy in the chat, says, have a great race, guys. Cheering on all the fellas here this afternoon. Andrea Sue in the chat says, happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Absolutely happy Mother's Day to all of the amazing moms, man. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in the chat. You know, future moms and moms currently. Obviously, a lot of these drivers, they all have moms. They all have moms. Moms rule the world, and today is their day. So make sure you guys, show your mother some love here today. As Ronnie Stewart in the chat says, it's that time already? It is that time already, Uncle Rod. It is that time already. Is a little bit of an earlier start here for these drivers, knowing that it's a full-length NASCAR race. We tend to try to get these full-length races started a little bit sooner. So luckily enough, we didn't have a previous broadcast, so we had that time slot open where we could hop in here and start our day at 7 instead of starting our day at 8 o'clock. So gave us a little extra time to get things set up and get these drivers the extra opportunity to, get a little extra sleep here tonight. Instead of doing 600 miles at 8 o'clock, we're doing 600 miles here at 7 o'clock, as this should be a very long race. This is not only these drivers' longest race of the year, but it is going to be NASCAR's longest race of the year. Virtually the Coca-Cola 600 here this evening. We'll see the NASCAR Cup guys there in Charlotte in 2 weeks' time, I do believe, for their Coke 600. And let me tell you, it is a wild one, man. 600 miles, long race, and it makes for a great show and some great racing for everybody to enjoy. And we're going to hopefully have just as much amazing racing here this evening. As Ronnie in the chat as well says, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms here in the comment section and watching, tuning in, cheering on their boys here this evening, as we'll get them all ready to roll. We'll get them all ready to rumble. Here is qualifying quickly coming to a close here. Last few drivers getting their laps in, but as of right now, it is Xavier Rugglebruggy, Zay, with the quick time here in qualifying. Colby Wells, Jack Beauty, Evan Stewart, Grant Applegate currently our top 5 here in qualifying. Jordan Fisher, Logan Hamilton, who's once again racing for the 09 of Jace Lafort. We do know that the 51 ride not here this afternoon as well. Nicholas Wheeler will be racing for the 51 machine here this evening as well. I believe that is the 51 ride of Wyatt Mickelson, who will not be here this afternoon, but has a substitute driver there for his Snap-on 51 ride. So we have a good field. We got a lot of drivers out there. As of right now, I believe we have 31 drivers taking lap times here. So 31 drivers showing up, ready to go to battle, ready to duke it out for 400 laps, 600 miles, and a whole lot of turns out there on the speedway. A whole lot of left turns here this evening, and a whole lot of different strategy to be played out here as well. As I do believe here today, we don't have just 2 stage breaks, we have 3 stage breaks. Virtually the same as what NASCAR does, as we will break this race down into a 100-lap stage to start things off, another 100-lap stage, another 100-lap stage, and a 100-lap stage to end this race. So we'll see a stage break at the completion of lap 100, a stage break at the completion of lap 200, and a stage break at the completion of lap 300. Obviously, checkered flag will come out on lap 400, and that is only if we don't go to NASCAR overtime here this evening, which, I mean, it is always a possibility. But the big question mark for a lot of these drivers and what the big thing is going to be is not just being able to keep your car alive, being able to run that long, that far, and that many miles here this afternoon. It's going to be mentally and physically, you know, extensive here for each and every one of these cats. They're going to have a very, very hard time. They're going to have a wheel of a time here this evening just trying to keep their own head in the game, keep their mind going, keep it from, getting a little sidetracked, because when you start to get a little sidetracked, when you start to lose that little bit of focus out there on the racetrack, that's when you run into problems. That's when issues happen. And you find yourself in a very bad position and potentially taking yourself out of this race. So keeping the car clean, keeping yourself focused here all night long is going to be one of the keys to success of trying to find yourself up and into victory lane, or just coming away with some good stage points and a good finish, and just having a fairly successful day at the speedway. And we're going to see it throughout the night here with all these drivers. I mean, I believe they only have one quick repair, so you get tied up in something early, you gotta go 300, 350 laps without that quick repair in your back pocket. One wrong move, one mistake out there on the racetrack, one time getting up and into the outside fence on corner exit could park you down pit side for a very, very long time out there on the speedway. So this is going to be a fun one. It is going to be a great one, and we're going to go through our starting grid as all these drivers supporting the American flag, as normally the Coca-Cola 600 is on the May 2-4 weekend, which I believe for America, let me see. I want to check this quick. So normally the Coca-Cola 600 is on Memorial Day weekend. So for Memorial Day weekend, it serves as a major celebration for U.S. Armed Forces and a heartfelt tribute to service members who made the ultimate sacrifice. So this is 600 miles of remembrance featuring the fallen soldiers here. And for each and every one of these drivers, man, this is going to be an amazing show, an amazing race. Obviously, we're having it here on Mother's Day, and for these drivers, they're going to be celebrating their Memorial Day a little bit sooner, a little bit earlier here with their Coke 600 here this evening. As Xavier Ruggle-Bruggy, Zay will park himself in the pole position. Zay will start out in front here today. To his outside will be that 45 ride, the Fish Speed Machine of Colby Wells, starting back in position number 3 in the beautiful number 67 ride. That's Jack Buelty. To his outside in the 37, it's Evan Stewart. Starting back in position number 5 in the 39 ride, actually it's the 57 ride, is Grant Applegate and his Fish Speed Brakes Red Bull ride, who will start there in 5th. To his outside, it's the 39, that Fish Speed Brakes number 39 of Jordan Fisher. Starting back in position number 7 in the 09, that is Joseph Smith. To his outside, the 31 ride, that is the 31 of Joseph Smith. And then we do see the number 77, that is Caleb Holloman on the inside of row number 5. To his outside in the number 34, it's Aiden Lucas in the GOAT Diecast number 34 machine. Back in 11th will be the 99 ride, Logan Perriman. To his outside will be that Nora Mill machine, that beautiful 32 of Nick Biddy. Starting in position number, I believe this is 13th, is Nicholas Wheeler, driving for Wyatt Mickelson here this evening. Wheeler will start there in that 13th position with Trent Johns there to his outside. Starting in position number 15 in the number 71, that is Brian Matthews. To his outside in the 24 ride, it's Terrence Murphy. And we see the 17 machine, that is Jason Bogart there in that 17th starting position. To his outside in 18th is the number 60 of Ryan Haller. Starting back in position number 19 here on the Speedway, I do believe it is the number 2 ride of Landon Burbage, of Austin Guerrero, Matthew Wood, Michael Boyles, Jaden Porter, Austin Thompson, Stephen Blevins back there in the 26th position here. Michael Ponder Jr., Joe David, Lucian Thompson, Jaden Browder, Darren Engler, Jess Hamby bringing up the rear of the field here this evening. And it looks like for Jess Hamby, he does have to serve a black flag penalty to start this race, so that'll make his day even longer here at Charlotte. As here we go, ending all of the anticipation with our feature presentation as we are quickly green flag racing here from Charlotte Motor Speedway as the wheel-to-wheel 600 gets underway. Quickly, the 5 ride of Xavier Ruggle-Bruggy sees that green flag fly, but just as quickly as we went green flag racing, caution flag is out. So a very quick yellow flag to start this race, and we already see a couple drivers having some big damage here. Looks like Jaden Porter running into problems. Ryan Haller has ran into issues as well. Let's take a look back, see what happened. It looks like Haller may have been the first one to kind of get some contact right here. Everyone's trying to get going. Things stack up a little bit, and it looks like maybe just a little tire spin out of the 60 ride. Oh, that is a heartbreaker right there for him. Oh, big hits there for a few more drivers as well. My gosh, there were some big hits right there, some big licks. And for all the Haller fans in the stands, woo, baby, this Ford did not like to see this start a 600-mile race to have this kind of a problem right out of the get-go. Here's that tire spin, trying to get up through the gears, and spins the tires, ends up hooking up the racetrack. Luckily enough, Landon Burbage does avoid him. Unfortunately, Jaden Porter cannot. Big hit there for Porter. Big hit for Joe David as he gets in there, gets a big piece of that 60 right. The angler gets damaged. Looked like the obviously big hit there for the MD Turner Enterprises ride of Chess Hamby, as well as potentially, I think that was the 61 of Thompson, also getting a piece of this here as Thompson's just trying to work his way through it. It was Thompson who ends up getting a piece of it here as he's going to try to send it through here, and obviously not expecting the car parked in front of him here, not even before the start-finish line, and all of a sudden, They're right there, and I believe he's just able to avoid contact. Was there someone back behind him? Because it seemed like somebody else definitely had some solid contact here into the side of the 60 ride. There's the... Okay, so 61 just narrowly avoids it. Unfortunately, the 11 ride, not so lucky there. Gets some pretty solid damage there for Jaden Browder. Browder gets tore up. The 6 ride gets tore up. So many of these drivers early on having some big damage, and this is going to set them back a ton. As you do see, Jaden Porter's down pit road trying to get extensive repairs done to his race car. Same with Chess Hamby as well, who still has to serve a black flag penalty. Obviously, heavy damage there for Ryan Haller as he's down pit road trying to get his car fixed up and back into decent condition. You do see Austin Thompson, Joe Davids down pit side, Darren Engler, obviously Hamby, Jaden Porter, all these drivers trying to get their cars repaired, trying to get back into, one solid piece here as we get them all stacked up, racked up, and ready to try to go back to green flag racing, or at least try to go green flag racing here in this one. As Mrs. Holler in the chat, Mrs. Holler coming in showing the love, as Bill Fisher also in the chat, as Andrea Sue says Memorial Weekend. Yeah, the Memorial Day weekend, as America, says Ronnie Stewart. It says, come on, Team Fish. As Bill Fisher says, Jordan Paint is to honor his younger brother, Landon, who is an officer in the Marines. Okay, we love that. We love that. If there's any other stories or anything else that you guys have, about specific drivers, or, what their paint scheme is for, if it's in memorial somebody or if it's in honor of somebody, let us know. Let us know in the comment section right now. We'd love to go through those and see those paint schemes. As Miss Holler says, hello, everyone. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms and to the people that are lucky to have their moms. Great to see Peacemaker. Love him too. Oh. And Mrs. Holler coming in showing the love, and she goes, oh, Holler, she says. Yeah, unfortunately there for Ryan, rough way to start a 400-lap, 600-mile feature event here this evening, but luckily enough, it's early. If that's the one big mistake you're going to have, I mean, you want to get out of the way, quickly and not have to worry about it here for the rest of the day, hopefully. But obviously, a setback is a setback. And if this costs you some good stage points in stage 1 or 2 or maybe all 3 stages, may end up with a really, really bad day here at the Speedway without earning any of those stages here this evening. As Ronnie says, my brother was an EOD in the Marines, died in Iraq in 2005. Oh, man, that is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking, Ronnie. That's heartbreaking, man. I've had a few family members that are in the military up here in Canada, luckily enough. I mean, we haven't really been in any major wars or conflicts in a while, so I don't really have, that feeling. I haven't lost somebody like that in that sort of a way, but our hearts and our prayers go out to everybody, and man, we can't honor, our troops and our family and our fallen soldiers enough, man. As here we go, back to green flag racing. This time we're able to make it down through quarter 1 and 2, and nice and easy through 3 and 4, back down and across the line. Xavier Rogelbrug, he leads not only our first few laps of this race, but our first green flag lap of this race as well, as the 5 ride out in front has the National Guard number 5 machine pointing the right direction here this evening, as Jack Bealty back there behind him trying to chase him down. Colby Wells in position number 3, with Applegate there in 4th in his Red Bull number 57 ride, trying to keep on working his way forward, as Evan Stewart trying to hold on to that 5th position after seeing one of his Fish Speed teammates get around him. Here comes another with Jordan Fisher trying to work his way up and into that 5th position on the Speedway. As Jordan looking strong here, as you see the Landon Fisher on the back bumper there. Landon Fisher riding on board here with that number 39, or sorry, it's on the trunk lid, not the back bumper, but on the trunk lid there of this 39 machine, and looking pretty out there on the Speedway as well, man. We love to see the stars and stripes on these race cars. Love to see the American flag aspect, as all these guys, man, putting together, amazing paint schemes, beautiful paint schemes here on the day. You see Evan Stewart's great ride back there. You do see another 31 ride rolling around who is outside. That is Joseph Smith. Smith has worked his way now up and into that 6th position as the Gunsmith Rats. Is that what that says? Gunsmith Rats? I'm going to have to take another look at this one. Gunsmith Cats. The Gunsmith Cats Ford Racing number 31 ride, rolling now into that 6th position. There's that GOAT Racing diecast number 34 ride of Aiden Lucas back there in position number 7. But each and every one of these drivers, man, coming in, putting together, obviously a good start, an interesting start, and we'll see a lot of these amazing paint schemes throughout the night. There's another one right there, looking fresh out there on the racetrack. See if we can get another good look here at this number 99 ride. We love the American Eagle on the back there. That's going to be intimidating for all the drivers that end up back behind him. But for the 99 ride, a Logan Perriman, beautiful looking ride here this evening. And this is a tribute car as well. Let's see if we can get another look at it. It's Gary Ray Perriman. 8/12/1970 to 2/6/2019. Is that 59 years old? My gosh, that's way too young, man. Way too young. Hearts and prayers go out to all of the Perriman family, but, and Logan, great tribute here, showing the love to, fallen family member out there on the racetrack and looking and hoping to try to put this Perriman ride up and into victory lane here this evening as he rolls out there right now. Currently in the 10th position, so the 99 ride rolling in position number 10 as of now on the Speedway, as he does have the 8 ride of Trent Johns rolling to his outside. The beautiful Juice Monster Energy number 8 machine in the MTL ride, going to roll to his outside, and now moving up inside the top 10 there for the 8 ride of Trent Johns. So we're going to have a lot of these drivers continue to kind of move forward, continue to try to work their way up towards the front here. Obviously a very, very long race, so you got to pace yourself. You got to be easy breezy on the tires, on the fuel. You got to be looking at your gauges. You got to make sure that you're not putting too much heat into this race car. Potentially having motor issues is going to be a big thing here this evening, with this being 600 miles. I mean, normally what we do on a Sunday night is 80% of the NASCAR race length. So for a lot of these drivers, I mean, 80% of a 400-mile race, I mean, really isn't that much. I mean, in comparison to this one, you got to think of a 400-mile-an-hour or 400-mile NASCAR race, roughly, 80% of that, you're looking at what? 360, something like that, 360 miles. So when you're kind of doing double that with 600 miles here for the 100% race length for the Coca-Cola 600, it is a long, long day. It is a very, very long race, and for a lot of these cats, it's going to be very, very tough, just mentally, physically, and not only just on themselves with their race cars, and not only their race cars, but also their hardware themselves. So we've seen it in the past, especially with these 100% races where drivers run into issues. They run into problems here when it comes to their PCs, whether it's their PC overheating or potentially, a graphics card burning up, or a lot of different things can go wrong with your equipment out there. We've seen wheels disconnect. We've seen, internet fail. We've seen a lot of things happen for these drivers in these long races, and this being one of the longest. I believe this is the longest race that I'll be doing here as well. I don't think we've done a 600-mile race. We've done multiple Daytona 500 races. We've done a few other 500-mile races, but never the Coke 600. So this is going to be the longest one that we've ever put on here on Peacemaker Gaming. So definitely a long day and a great day to be here at Charlotte and to be watching these guys duke it out here on the Speedway. Xavier Rugglebrugge continues to lead the way. Now he is rolling into one of those drivers that get tied up on our opening start caution flag here, as you do see, unfortunately, there for Ryan Haller with that right front damage. He is going to fall lap down out there on the Speedway, and that's just going to make his day that much tougher, that much longer here. Just trying to battle back, trying to race your way back on a lead lap. It is no easy task, and it's going to be a tough thing for him to do all evening long. And then we did see Chess Hamby down pit road here for an extended period of time, getting the repairs done to this 10 ride. He is finally able to get back out onto the racing surface. Unfortunately, does have to serve a black flag penalty that he ended up getting, I believe, from last week. So he's got to serve this penalty as well. Unfortunately, he's already found himself falling. I believe as the race leaders go by him, he will fall 16 laps down out there on the racetrack. Heartbreaker there for that 10 ride. There it is, 16 laps down, and for Jaden Porter, still down pit side, still off the racing surface there for that Sim Racing Center number 74 ride. And one of our other fellow Canadians out there on the speedway, man. Another one of our Canadians, unfortunately, falling down and falling out of this race early on. As Applegate, though, looks and tries to take the race lead away from Xavier Rugglebrugge. Rugglebrugge bounces back, though. Leapfrogs him, steals that spot back away, but now is Jack Bulte all over his back bumper. Here comes Jack down to the inside, looking to try to move that Robin Hood Toyota out in front, but Zay getting a good run there on the outside lane, able to put that pedal to the metal on corner exit and able to work his way right up and into top spot still on the speedway. So he's holding on to the race lead, but he's definitely feeling that pressure as he's now had Jack Bulte, he's had Applegate, all trying to make moves around him here, trying to steal that race lead away from him. You do see the Fish Speed ride of Jordan Fisher back there in position number 4. Joseph Smith is there in 5th. Kobe Wells has fallen all the way back now into 6th as Evan Stewart right behind him there in 7th. The 8 car in the 8th position, that is Trent Johns back there in that 8th spot on the speedway with Aiden Lucas and Terrence Murphy into position number 10. But early on here this evening, as of right now, our hard charger out there on the speedway is this 88 machine, looking fresh out there in the Budweiser ride. That is Austin Guerrero. Guerrero right now up 8 positions. So far he is the highest positions gained since the start of this race, and for that number 88 ride, I'm not sure if he's done yet. He may want to try to make some moves here, try to get around Terrence Murphy and up inside our top 10 here this evening. It's Murphy will try to hold on to that 10th position. Obviously for Aiden Lucas trying to hold on to 9th here. I'm not sure if he's going to hold on to that spot or not, or we may see Murphy and Guerrero potentially get around him. Logan Perriman right there, the high side hustlers, unfortunately falling back into 12th now, but he's still right there very much in that fight as Nicholas Wheeler stays there in 13th. He's running for Wyatt Mickelson here this evening. For Mickelson, unfortunately could not make this 600-mile race, and I mean, if you're gonna miss one in a long one, I guess this is probably the one you'd want to miss. I guess this might be the race that you want to try to avoid because it's a long day, it's a lot of laps, it's a lot of work, and if you don't want to have to, battle that long, if you don't want to have to sit in the cockpit for, 4 hours of racing action potentially, then, I mean, this is a race you definitely want to kind of avoid out there on the speedways. You do see Matthew Wood now trying to work his way around the 09 ride of Logan Hamilton as he's racing for Jace LaForte here this evening. Nick Biddy and that beautiful Nora Mill ride there in 16th with Landon Burbage back there in 17th. Burbage still hanging on. Good spot here, up 3 spots from starting back in 20th, and for the 2 machine looking to try to keep on working his way to the front of the field. As Ronnie says, thank you, Bill Fisher, but that is just the beginning. I also lost a cousin who was like a brother a year before that. I honor those we lost because I lost my fair share in the recent past. My gosh, Ronnie, that's absolutely heartbreaking, man. That is absolutely heartbreaking. That is awful to hear. And as Bill said, we thank you and everyone in your family for their service and their sacrifice for the America. And for America, I mean, I'm Canadian, so it's so difficult for me. But I mean, we're kind of the 51st state, or at least we probably will become the 51st state at some certain point in time. That is maybe more near to the future. But our hearts and prayers go out to you, man. I can't thank you for their service enough to keep us all safe, man. And right now we see all these drivers, man. A lot of these guys have family members and friends and lots of loved ones that they support on board with them in these race cars. And obviously, showing their love for them here this evening on their Memorial Day Coca-Cola 600 here at the beautiful wheel-to-wheel 600 here this evening. Not quite the Coca-Cola 600, but the next best thing. The wheel-to-wheel 600 here on Peacemaker Gaming. As you can see the beautiful 61, that Miller Lite ride right there. That is Lucian Thompson as he rolls there in that 21st position. Does have the number 17 down to his inside as you just saw the 23 of Austin Thompson go for a big slide down and out of corner number 2. Luckily enough, able to hang on to it, able to keep that thing pointing in the right direction. But we want to take a look here at Jason Bogart's ride. This is a new looking paint scheme here for Bogart as well, as it looks like he's going to have a beautiful logo on the hood of this car. Say the 44th Infantry Division, World War II. All right, we like that. We love that, actually. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful look. You can get another look here or anything else on this race car because there is a lot going on here. It's the 1776 Motorsports ride looking pretty out there on the Speedway. See if there's anything else we can really see here. There it is. Okay, so there is something on the side here. What does that say? Jack A. Bogart on board here with the 17 ride and riding with Jason this afternoon. As you do see Ryan Haller coming back out of the pits here, obviously with that heavy right front damage early on out of the get-go. Haller has unfortunately fallen a few more laps down here, just trying to get this thing repaired enough that he can compete a little bit, try to keep himself, in line for maybe a couple lucky dogs, maybe get a little lucky here this evening. Unfortunately, though, he does find himself, multiple laps down now. Multiple laps down. I do believe he is now 8 laps down out there on the racetrack. And obviously, as more and more drivers run into issues, when you look back here, you see drivers like Joe David. David has just fallen a lap down as well. So with Joe David going a lap down, he is no longer in that free pass position for Haller. So Haller, unfortunately, he'll have to see a few caution flags to try to start getting some of these laps back. It could be a really, really long day for that 60 ride here this evening, with no hopes to potentially try to even get back to the lead lap here in this one, especially as our race leaders may start to put more and more drivers a lap down out there on the speedway, as Jack Pulte is sitting out in front here. Jack leads the charge with Applegate there in second. Applegate still looking, trying to take over that race lead here, but the 67 ride not wanting to give it up here this evening. Zay falls back into that third position, but sticking right there with them, not letting these guys pull away from them, not letting them try to, run away with this race, at least here in this first stage, as our first stage break will be at the completion of lap 100. So lap 100 will be the end of our first stage here this evening. More points and obviously a big pit stop for a lot of these drivers, but we should see green flag stops fly prior to that stage. I feel probably somewhere around lap 50, lap 60, somewhere in that area we're going to start to see these drivers head down pit road and have to make that green flag pit stop here. Let's take a look here. All right, we're going to take a look here. I'm trying to figure out the fuel mileage here. So, 100 lap stages, 30.6 consecutive green flag laps. I want that. Teams can typically go about 68 laps on a tank of fuel, on a single tank of fuel. Okay, so that's good information. So 68 laps seems to be the actual racing kind of typical amount of fuel that you can go with a single tank here at Charlotte. So 68 laps, I feel like that's going to be a really, really good number for a lot of these drivers to try to stretch it out to. But I feel we're going to see a lot of drivers, especially knowing that the stages are lap 100, lap 200, lap 300. You can kind of split these stages up a little bit here, and biting on how many tires you have back behind pit wall here this evening. It allows you that opening to, be able to maybe kind of just split these stages right in half. Kind of go 50 laps, come down pit road, go another 50 laps in pit during the stage break, and then same thing goes for all the other stages until our checkered flag. But for a lot of these drivers, we know fuel and tires tend to always play a big role here late in these races in that final stage, man, to win this race. It could come down to when you make that pit stop, when you get, potentially your final set of fresh tires out there on the racetrack, and when you're going to be able to use them and abuse them to try to put yourself up and into a winning situation, as we did see our race leader head down pit road here. Jack Buelty heads pit road. This is a big one because this is fairly early. Lap number 34. Jack hits pit road here, and for the Robin Hood 67 ride, this is a bit of a gamble right here as he does fall a lap down. It's going to put him into a difficult spot, just trying to hope that there is no caution flags. Actually, looks like he's going a couple laps down. He came down pit road on lap number 34. How did we miss that? Jack Buelty down pit side here really, really early, and he falls multiple laps down. Did he have a problem hitting pit road? I didn't see any major damage. Oh my gosh. I think for Jack Buelty, he loses he loses connection. What? Oh no. Jack Buelty, client, has manually disconnected, and then he reconnected. Oh no. Happened twice there. What? Oh no, that is not good. As Ronnie says, this seems like a great undercut race. I mean, an undercut race definitely could be the play, but I feel like having that little bit better tire later in the race tends to go a long way. I feel like that's always the game plan for a lot of these drivers. Do you want to be the ball, or do you want to be the bat? Do you want to be the driver that's just trying to hang on, hope that your game plan works out, and hoping that you have enough left in the tank for late in this race to keep these drivers back there at bay? Or do you want to be that driver that's, maybe 5-6 seconds back, but you're on the offensive, you're gaining that half a second a lap, you're chasing down the drivers in front of you and chasing down what could be potentially a win for yourself on the day? I feel like you'd have a lot more fun being that chase car than you are being the driver that's just trying to hope that your strategy plays out, hoping that, more drivers kind of hold up those guys with fresh tires. So the undercut, it can work out well, but at the same point in time, it can come back and bite you in the butt if you pull the trigger a little too early, or the guys back behind you play the strategy a little bit better than you do. You could see yourself going from, maybe a race win to falling outside of a top 5 run or a top 10 run if you just misjudge it. And it could all be down to, 3-4 laps of a missed call could be the difference maker between winning a race or losing a race out there on the racetrack. So for a lot of these cats, I think this first stage is going to be a great show and a great tell kind of deal on how these, next couple stages are going to play out. And you can try a couple different strategies, especially here in stage 1 and stage 2, because if you don't earn stage points, then, it's no harm, no foul. If you do earn the stage points, then it's absolutely great. But it can give you an idea on what you need to do for that, potential third stage or final stage here this evening. Obviously for the final stage to win the race, but you want to get a good starting spot in that third stage. At the end of that third stage, then you want to make sure that you get yourself up towards the front of the field there. So I think it's going to be a really good idea, and a lot of drivers are going to see some different strategies, and it may get them guessing. It may get them second thinking their strategy here when we start to see more and more of these drivers hit pit road, as they just completed lap number 44 out there on the speedway. As right now it's Xavier Rago-Pragi and Joseph Smith who continue to lead the way, and back down to cross the start-finish line here. They'll complete lap number 45. So 45 laps down, and now we're starting to see, obviously, for Applegate, he's right there in second. Zay's out in front here. Actually, Xavier Rago-Pragi still getting the race lead back away. I thought that was Zay in that 31 ride, but it's not. It's the 5 ride here of Xavier Rago-Pragi. He's a little farther out in front here. He's opened up a good gap already. So he's worked his way back out in front. So obviously playing a little strategy there, trying to have a little bit better tire for later in this run, and it's worked out nicely here for Zay. Led the first few laps, gave up the race lead, kind of fell back a little bit, but now back out in front and holding on to the top spot here. Those tires paying dividends here to that number 5 ride. As Joseph Smith up and into second, Jordan Fisher, he's trying to work, well, he is up and into that third spot now on the speedway for Fisher, as he does battle here with the now multiple lap down number 67 ride of Jack Buelty. So Buelty goes multiple laps down. Now we do see Caleb Holloman. Holloman makes his first green flag pit stop. Here comes Caleb down pit road. He'll look for his pit stall and ready to get a good stop in here for the Dr. Pepper 77 ride as the crew's going to go to work. Unfortunately, gets in a little bit too close to the wall, has to back it up. The crew is able to finally start service there, so that'll cost him a little bit, but we'll see how that strategy works out for him, pitting just prior to our halfway marker here of the first stage of the day. Xavier Roggebrugge, though, out in front with Joseph Smith there in second. You do see how much those fresher tires kind of make up here, even with, now, I believe for Jack Buelty, he was down pit road technically back on lap number 34. So he's got about 34 lap better tires than these drivers here around him. And you can see that he's definitely quicker. He's definitely carrying a lot more speed, a lot more pace than what they are. But it could make a huge difference, man. 34 laps, 40 laps, whatever it may be on a set of tires may be the winning move out there on the speedway. And for some drivers, it may be all about trying to save tires, trying to maybe save an extra set, maybe even 2 extra sets for that final stage, knowing how big this win will be. And maybe you forfeit a little bit of stage points, maybe you fall back a little bit throughout this race, but just trying to keep yourself in line for maybe trying to put yourself up and into victory lane. And that extra set of tires could be the difference maker late in this race. But you do see Zay continues to lead the charge here in this one. Here comes that 67 Ryan Jack going to work his way, or try to work his way back onto I believe 3 laps down out there on the racetrack. I believe as of right now, he rolls 4 laps down. But if he can gain this lap back, in which case down low, he's able to get the run there. The 13 ride kind of goes up the racetrack, throws a bit of a block there on our race leader of Xavier Roggebrugge. He has to get checked up. That allows that number 67 to gain a lap back here and at least gain 1 back, as we do see Jordan Fisher in his Fish Speed Brakes number 39. He'll hit pit road. This is his first green flag stop of the day. So for Jordan Fisher, he's probably been our second driver here throughout this green flag cycle to hit pit lane, and that's going to bring an onslaught of drivers down pit road. Here comes Joseph Smith. Here comes Colby Wells. You do see Terrence Murphy and Landon Burbage all pitting with him, and unfortunately here for Terrence Murphy, it's what you cannot have. Black flag, too fast entering pit road for the 24 ride. He will get a hold down pit lane. He will be held down pit side, and this will unfortunately cost him a lot of time out there on the speedway. You do see that 71 ride of Brian Matthews also down pit side getting work done, and now here comes our race leader, Xavier Roggebrugge. He hits pit road. Michael Boyles does, as well as Nick Biddy, Trent Johns, Logan Perriman, Jason Bogart, the 11 ride of Jaden Browder, and his Yahoo number 11 ride also down pit side. But for all these drivers, green flag pit stops underway, and out in front is now the number 16 machine of Matthew Wood. Matthews battled his way up towards the front here with the green flag cycle, consumes that race lead. Evan Stewart in second, and Lucas Applegate's back there in position number 4 now, with Austin Guerrero, Logan Hamilton, Austin Thompson, Steven Blevins, Nicholas Wheeler, Michael Ponder Jr. all yet the pit here this afternoon, as we do see the 61 Lucian Thompson down pit side here in that 61 machine. We also see Darren Engler in his Taco Bell number 83 down pit road getting service and rolling back out onto the speedway. But there is a caution flag. Oh no, this mixes things up a ton. Oh brother. We hate these yellow flags. These yellows tend to mess everything up for a lot of these drivers. And I believe as we go back, we're going to see Logan Perriman in the 99 ride, that beautiful 99 machine, running into issues. Let's see if we can find him here. Where is he? There's Perriman. Okay, so let's take a look back. Looks like he's down pit road. He's rolling back out onto the speedway here. Here's a good look at the car, and I think as he tries to get back onto the throttle right there, we can kind of see the car jump up. Looks like he hits something on the bottom side of the racetrack, and the car just launches right here. Take another look at it. So here he comes out of the pits. Right here, hits some bumps in it. Just lose the rear end. Car spins around. He gets stopped here on the bottom side of the racetrack, but he's down in the grass. It's dirty. It's getting dirt all over the tires and everything else. And unfortunately, just stopped there a little bit on the speedway. That's enough to bring the caution flag out on pit lane, and the yellow flag was a big one because it's going to lock a lot of drivers one or multiple laps down out there on the speedway, and that's going to set a lot of these drivers a little bit farther back behind the 8-ball. For some, it's going to work out perfectly for them, as we did see Matthew Wood, Evan Stewart, Aiden Lucas, Austin Guerrero, Logan Hamilton. All these guys were in prime position right there for that caution flag. Austin Thompson will gain a ton of spots out of it. Stephen Blevins will as well. Nicholas Wheeler was a beneficiary of it. So was in Grant Applegate. And I believe Michael Ponder Jr. as well, as I believe Ponder going to get the lucky dog potentially, or at least may have gotten back on the lead lap there with all the pit stops, the drivers in front of him coming down pit road. I think for the Team America ride, he does get back on the lead lap. So that's a great break there for the 13 ride. I believe for Joseph Smith, he may be scored in the lucky dunk position, but you see a few of these other drivers back here, obviously all looking for wave arounds. So you look at Xavier Rogobrunke, Jordan Fisher, Colby Wells, Michael Boyles, Landon Burbage, Browder, pretty much everybody outside of our top 10 are all looking for wave arounds or lucky dogs here, as there's the lucky dog going to the 31 right at Joseph Smith, and some more wave arounds going out here as well. So, whew, that's gonna flip the whole script here for these drivers, man. That's gonna flip the whole script, as Ronnie says, "Come on, Evan, good pit, good pit." Great pit there for him, even better pit for him, because he was one of those guys that did not come down pit road. So now he gets second position here for this restart, and he's got fresher tires than all the cats back there behind him that were already previously down pit road. Now, some of them may only have 1 or 2 lap or even virtually 0 laps of green flag racing on their tires compared to these guys out in front, but for some of the others, when you look back here, could have multiple laps on those fresh tires here. And for some, even getting trapped multiple laps down. When you look at Perriman, he's not going to get a lucky dunk, so he still scored a lap down. So isn't Brian Matthews, who took a wave around, but still scored a lap down here. Same with Darren Engler, Caleb Holloman, I believe Terrence Murphy, after getting the black flag, as well as multiple laps down back there in 26. Bealty, Joe David, Ryan Haller, all still multiple laps down. So isn't Chas Hamby, and Jaden Porter still down pit side and out of this race. But here we go, back to green flag racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, as a fairly timely caution flag there for a lot of these drivers that had already made those green flag pit stops, and that was the caution flag we kind of talked about when we saw some of these guys down pit side quite a bit earlier than everybody else. It was kind of a head scratcher, because pitting that early really opens yourself up to an issue, to a mistake like that could potentially set you a ton back. But you do see Evan Stewart able to jump out in front, and Evan has control of this race. Is down across the line. He'll lead lap number 58 here this evening. So for Evan Stewart, he's out in front. He's got the top spot for Aiden Lucas. He's looking for second here as Matthew Wood up the racetrack here. Looks like Wood going to scrape the outside fence right there a little bit. He's going to fall back ever so slightly. And we'll have to wait and see if this is by design, if this is part of just trying to save a little tire here for later in the run for the 16, or maybe he didn't take any tires at all, maybe trying to save an extra set for later in this race. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out for him. But you do see, obviously, the 88 Austin Guerrero trying to get around him. Here comes Logan Hamilton and Jace LaForce right try to work his way up inside the top 4. Austin Thompson's right there. You'd love to join the top 5 here this evening with Stephen Blevins back there in 7th in his Skyline ride there in that 7th position. Nicholas Wheeler back there in that beautiful number 51 machine for Wyatt Mickelson there in 8th. Michael Ponder Jr. back there in 9th, and then we see some of those drivers that were down pit side. The 31 rider, Joseph Smith, he is the farthest forward running driver right now out of our top the top cats that came down pit road here. When you look at Smith and Xavier Rogobrugge, Smith was down pit side back on lap 51. Virtually ran 3-4 laps there under green flag conditions prior to that caution flag. Xavier was down pit road on lap number 52. He's in the same boat. 2, 3, maybe 4 laps prior to that caution flag. He was down pit side, so has slightly more worn out tires than our top 9 drivers, and unfortunately they've kind of fallen back there a little bit, but you do see them already trying to work their way around the number 13 machine as the Team America ride of Michael Ponder Jr. will fall back ever so slightly here, and now you see Zay and Joseph Smith trying to work their way forward, trying to work their way back into the picture here this evening. Kobe Wells back there in position number 12. Jordan Fisher's there in 13th. Fisher was one of the first to come down pit road, so he's kind of in the worst case scenario here for Fisher as he was down pit side on lap number 50. He has about 5 laps of green flag racing on his tires. There's contact back there behind him. Looked like potentially the 77 ride getting up into the outside fence there down the back straightaway there. I'm not sure if that was Applegate. It was Applegate that was with him. And that 32 and Nick Biddy. Well, it looks like Biddy in the 77 make a little contact there on corner exit. The 77 gets loose, gets up into the outside fence. Pretty solid lick right there for Caleb Holloman. And for a driver that currently sits 2 laps down, this is not a fun spot to be. Or actually, is he two laps down or 1 lap down? He may only be 1 lap down for him. I believe he is only 1 lap down, as right now Trent Johns back in 21st is our last driver on the lead lap here for Trent Johns. Logan Perriman, who brought the caution flag out, is the highest running driver right now. He's in the free pass position. Brian Matthews back there, he's also 1 lap down, scored in 23rd. Caleb Holloman, 24th, 1 lap down. Darren Engler, Terrence Murphy, I believe Murphy is the first driver, multiple laps down here in 26. Jack Buelty, Joe David, Ryan Haller, Chess Hamby, all multiple laps down out there on the racetrack. And for Jaden Porter, unfortunately for Jaden here, poor Jaden didn't even get to complete a lap here this evening. So for Jaden Porter, it's been a very long day, and already a long day parked down pit side off the racetrack and out of this race. Says Levi Stewart in this chat showing the love. What's good, Levi? Levi showing the love says, let's go, bub. Number 37, keep it going. Says looking clean. He says looking clean, and looking good. Out in front of the field, holding on to this top spot and trying to pick up our first stage win of the day as Aiden Lucas back there in second. Austin Guerrero sits in third. Matthew Wood, Logan Hamilton, our top 5 out there on the speedway with Austin Thompson, Stephen Blevins, Nicholas Wheeler, Joseph Smith, and Xavier Rogobrugge back up inside of our top 10 here on the speedway. Say now rolls there in that 10th position as we complete 67 laps of racing action. So 67 laps down, still a lot of laps left to go here, Chad. A lot of laps, a lot of racing left here this evening. Hopefully you guys got your popcorn. Hopefully ordered your Domino's or, something good, and you're ready to just sit back, relax, and enjoy an amazing race here this evening. And it's going to be a long one, so you definitely got to make sure you got your beverages ready. I mean, whether they're, on ice or they're in the fridge getting cooled down, and you got a cool one in your hand, and just ready to watch these guys go to work here this evening. And for these drivers, that's another big thing too. Hydration could be a factor here for a lot of these cats. You're working hard, you're wheeling these things, you're stressed out, you're running hot. I mean, your PC's right there with you. Everything else, you could be running pretty warm, and then obviously you run into issues or more high-stress areas or restarts, and you know, you can get really, really worked up out there on the racetrack and being this long of a race. I mean, we've seen drivers get injured on the simulator before, so hopefully all these guys have got waters lined up. Hopefully they got a diaper on, or hopefully they got maybe somebody that can come in quickly, grab the wheel for them, run a lap or two under caution, and use the bathroom, because bathroom breaks are going to be something we'll see a lot here this evening as well. We're going to see probably a lot of these drivers when they come down pit road for their, caution pit stops here, throughout some of the stage breaks. We could see a lot of them make pit stops. Even though they don't need fuel, they don't need tires, they may kind of throw some of the strategy or track position out the window to be able to make a trip down, into their bathroom real quick to be able to use the facilities prior to going back to green flag racing. But they got to be really, really quick, because even if you come down pit side, you make that stop. I mean, really, you only got a couple minutes until the pace car's back around you, so if you don't want to lose a lap, you got to be quick. So you got to hope that you can make quick work of the bathroom break, get back in on the fun, and get back out there onto the racetrack in time to not lose the lap out there on the speedway. But for Aiden Lucas, he's taken over the race lead here. He's worked his way now around that number 37 of Evan Stewart. Stewart falls back into position number 2 as the Fish Speed breaks. AG Designs in number 37 ride rolls there in position number 2 on the speedway, with Matthew Wood back there in third. That Outlier Speed Go, number 16 machine. Looking good here this afternoon. Obviously, he's made up a lot of ground. Started back in 24th. Now rolls in that third position. So he's gained 21 spots from where he started here this evening. But for Matthew Wood, obviously, he still wants a couple more spots. He wants to be in that top spot, but I think it's all by design. We saw him restart here out in front, and obviously we saw him have quite a good amount of speed later on in the run here before those green flag pit stops got underway. Now got blessed with that caution flag to be in this really good position right now. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to use that to his advantage, take advantage of it, try to earn some really big stage points here this evening. But you can see him slowly but surely reeling in Evan Stewart and our race leader Aiden Lucas. As Rodney says, Woods is on the move. He says Woods is definitely on the move, trying to race his way to the point here today, trying to win our first stage of the day. And for these drivers, those stage points, I mean, normally we only have 2 stages. 2 stages, 2 sets of points there, but here in a 600-mile race, we have 3 stages. That means there is an extra bonus point on the line for these drivers to try to win an extra stage. Put that extra point in their back pocket here for our playoffs. And if you can jump up there and win multiple stages, or maybe even all 3 stages, that could be a huge leap in points that you need to work yourself, farther forward in the point standings, or potentially build up an extra little bit of a points lead, or just trying to help your day out a little bit more, especially if you tend to have some issues later on here this afternoon. If you feel like, hey, you know what, there may be a problem, I may run into an issue late in this race, I better jump up, earn as many points as I can here in the first get-go. But look out, contact from our front runners, big hit for all 3. Oh my gosh, what in the world did we just witness? Our top 3 drivers just took each other out, and there is the caution flag. Oh, thank God we get a yellow to go back and look at it, as Austin Guerrero will say thank you very much for the race lead, but there's contact down and out of corner number 2, as here comes Wood. He's looking to take the race lead. Wood wants this top spot, but he's trying to take second position away from Evan Stewart. He gets a good run, reels in the back bumper of the 34 right, and you can see Aiden Lucas already loose. Wood jumps up to the outside, knowing that he may be able to get around him here, and unfortunately for Aiden Lucas, he was just sideways that whole time down through the middle of corner 1 and 2 right here, and unfortunately the rear end just kicks out on this thing, man, and it tail tags Wood. Unfortunately for Evan Stewart, he's got nowhere to go. He drives into it. He gets big damage as well, and this is a huge caution flag right here, because now it's decision. What do you do? But right here, see the rear end right there, starting to go out, and it's really loose there on exit, still trying to catch that rear end, trying to gain that rear traction, and as that kind of makes that final wiggle, kicks that rear end out right into the nose there of the Outlier Speedco, number 16 of Matthew Wood. Wood just really nowhere for him to go right there. As all of a sudden he gets the 34 kind of parked up onto his nose here. Evan Stewart's kind of right in that same boat as they exit corner number 2, and all of a sudden he's parked right there in front of him. Right here, bam, slides up. Big hit there for the 16. That pounces him hard. Contact into the outside fence. Stewart gets in there, gets into his back bumper. Then all three wash down the racetrack, and all three make really big hits into that infield fence right there. Huge hit for Matthew Wood. Absolutely destroyed the entire left front of this 16 ride. And unfortunately, as Matthew keeps trying to keep this thing pointing the right direction, there's not much he can do. Bounces off the fence again. The car keeps rolling. He's wanting to try to get it down pit side. Unfortunately, right here, gets stopped, and looks like the car has finally come to a rest. And as he does, the caution flag comes out, and that will put him down pit road with extensive repairs on the horizon for the 16 ride, and unfortunately, another caution flag for all these drivers. And obviously for Evan Stewart, it's a good caution flag for him. For Ian Lucas, good caution flag for him as well, as that's going to give them, ample amount of time to try to get some extra repairs done here and not have to try to keep on battling with a destroyed race car. So we'll have to wait and see how quickly the crew can get them fixed up and back out there on the speedway. We did see Applegate back down pit road. Michael Boyles was back down pit side. We did see Lucian Thompson down pit road, as well as Jaden Browder down pit side. So a bunch of these drivers, we did see Nicholas Wheeler, Austin Guerrero came down pit road, gave up the race lead to come back down pit side here. Michael Ponder Jr. also down pit side, so kind of split right here. A few drivers did come down pit road, a few drivers elected not to pit here, and it's going to be Logan Hamilton in the 09 ride who consumes the race lead. The 23 of Austin Thompson will now be in second, with Stephen Blevins there in third. Xavier Rogelbrugge's back up inside our top 4. Joseph Smith, Jordan Fisher back there in 5th and 6th with Colby Wells. Landon Burbidge, Nick Biddy, Trent Johns, our top 10, ready to rock and roll, ready to go back to green flag racing here in this one. But Logan Hamilton and Austin Thompson, man, our front row, this is going to be fun, as Jamal in the chat says, let's go, Joseph. Bird Dog in the chat says, looking good, Jordan, looking good. As, man, that was a crazy one. Doc coming into the chat here. Doc says, what am I watching? A video game? You are watching a video game. This is online racing. This is iRacing right here. This is iRacing, online racing here with the Wheel to Wheel Racing League. As the caution flag and the lights are turned off, the official iRacing pace car, it will get ready to make the hard left-hand turn. Back down pit side here at Charlotte Motor Speedway and down into the Echo Park restart zone. It's Logan Hamilton who will see that green flag fly. Gets a great launch as we are back to green flag racing here on Peacemaker, as Logan Hamilton will lead us back down into corner number 1. Austin Thompson and the rest of the field in tow, trying to hunt him down as they are door to door back there behind him. Thompson up on the high side. Blevins down on the inside groove. Can't quite get the run he was looking for. Down the back straightaway now. Here comes the National Guard, number 5 right. Xavier Rogelbrugge, the 31 of Joseph Smith. The rest of our top 5 right here ready, trying to make some moves. And here comes Jordan Fisher. Fisher right down the middle, making a big move here. And he's able to work his way up and into that 3rd spot on the speedway as he splits Joseph Smith and Xavier Rogelbrugge for that 4th position, and quickly makes his way around that 15 ride of Stephen Blevins. Blevins now going to fall back a couple more spots as Smith and Rogelbrugge able to work their way around him, as here comes that Nora Mill, number 32, and Nick Biddy, the 45 of Colby Wells. Trent Johns right there as well, ready to pounce that to a Landon Burbage, trying to work his way right on through the field here, as well as Ronnie says it's getting aggressive. It is getting a little bit more aggressive. You can feel it in the air here. These drivers, they know that the points are on the line. Our first stage is quickly coming to a close here, and this restart may be their last opportunity to really gain a good handful of positions and work themselves into a good enough spot to earn some great stage points here on the day. As Logan Hamilton has the race lead, he's out in front, but right there behind him, it is the number 39 of Jordan Fisher. Fisher up and into second, as Jamal says, please don't call it a video game. It's not a video game, it's a simulator, Doc. It's a simulator. It's a simulator. It is a NASCAR simulator. It's a racing simulator, not a video game. It's definitely not a video game. Ronnie says, welcome right there. Welcome to Doc in the chat, everybody. As Bird Dog says, crank it up, Jordan. Well, Bird Dog, you got your request. He has turned up the heat, and he is looking to try to take that race lead away from his Fish Speed teammate, the 09 ride here this evening. Not ran by Jason LaForte. He's got a substitute driver in, as the 09 is being drove by Logan Hamilton. Hamilton will fall back to second, and for the first time here this evening, Jordan Fisher will take the race lead. So for the Fish Speed Breaks, number 39 of Jordan Fisher, he jumps out in front. He's got the top spot, and now we'll look to try to hang on to it and keep all these drivers back there at bay for the next 315 laps of racing action. We got a long day ahead of us. A lot of laps, a lot of racing, and a lot of carnage to be held here this evening. As Ronnie Stewart says, Fish Speed on the go. He's definitely on the go. Fish Mom in the chat as well. What's good, Fish Mom? Says, making Mom nervous. Splitting him out there. Splitting him out there. He's splitting him, and we're splitting hairs. But nonetheless, Jordan Fisher works his way to the point and puts himself up and in to the top spot. So Fisher out in front. Hamilton rolls back there in second. Here comes that beautiful number 23 of Austin Thompson. Thompson trying to make some moves. This is Black Honey Barbershop. Fish Speed number 23 rolls there in that third position. Colby Wells back in position number 4. Nicholas Wheeler's there in fifth, as he's trying to have a good day here and a solid run this afternoon for the missing Wyatt Mickelson, as Mickelson not here this afternoon. So he's got himself a substitute driver as well, and Nicholas Wheeler is in behind the wheel of that Snap-on Tools ride. As Bird Dog says, fear the fish. Fear the fish, he says. Yes, fear the fish. Let's get some fear the fishes up in the chat right now for our new race leader, Jordan Fisher, as he looks to try to win our first stage of the day. Joseph Smith back there in 6. Austin Guerrero in position number 7. Now Guerrero, him and Wheeler are the two highest running drivers here that were down pit side back on lap number 78. So I'm not sure if they may have, ended up taking tires down pit side. I don't know if that would have been a good strategy call, using another set up here prior to the stage break. But nonetheless, we see Guerrero trying to work his way back up through the top 10. Nicholas Wheeler's worked his way now inside the top 5, and he's right there in the picture frame here for that second position, as Logan Hamilton trying to hold on to position number 2 here. Austin Thompson, Colby Wells right there trying to take that second spot away, and all of a sudden you see Wheeler right into the mix here, trying to wheel his way up and into a second place run here, as we only get 10 laps left to go. 10 more laps left to duke it out here in our first stage of the day. As Bill Fisher says, Jordan, where are you going so fast? You are driving like there is a fire somewhere. There's got to be a fire somewhere, man. He's driving like a bat out of hell right now, and that 39 ride is just pulling away from the rest of these guys, leaving them in the dust, as he's out in front by almost 2 seconds here, as Austin Thompson does work his way up and into second. Wells there in third, but trying to move up into position number 2 here himself, trying to make it another Fish Speed 1 and 2 out there on the Speedway, as Logan Hamilton's right there. He's trying to hang on to the 0-9 ride. He does have Nicholas Wheeler and Austin Guerrero right there, rolling their way up into the top 5 here and trying to work their way through the top 5 to work their way towards the front of the field. As Mrs. Holler says, this is a crazy race tonight. A crazy race, says Fish Mom. Says lots of laps to go. Lots of laps. Lots of laps. I mean, unless if you're really multiple laps down, you really can't count yourself out of this race. But obviously now we do see drivers like that 74 of Jaden Porter, who's still stuck down pit side. You look at a driver like Matthew Wood in the 16, also down pit road here. Lots of damage for both those drivers. Chess Hamby's back out there. He is rolling. He is in the battle, but unfortunately here for Chess, I believe he finds himself like 17, 18 laps down, something like that. And unfortunately for Haller, he finds himself about 9 laps down, something like that, 8, 9 laps down out there on the racetrack. Joe David's multiple laps down, so isn't Jack Buelty, Darren Angler. So many of these drivers are already, 1 lap down or multiple laps down out there on the racetrack, and unfortunately find themselves in a really, really bad spot out there on the speedways. Ronnie says, I said it was going to be good. You did say it was going to be good, Ronnie. You did say it was going to be good, man. We didn't think it was going to be this good, but boy, oh boy, were we ever very, very mistaken. This is going to be a great race, chat. This is going to be absolutely a lot of fun. As Fisher, Wells, 1 and 2. Austin Guerrero battling now with Austin Thompson. It's the battle of the Austins here for that 3rd position on the Speedway. The 88 of Guerrero down low. The 23 of Thompson up on the high side. Nicholas Wheeler back there trying to hang on to that 5th position as he's got Jaden Browder back there behind him. Logan Hamilton's there in 7th with Joseph Smith and Xavier Runkel-Brunke there in 8th and 9th. Landon Burbage running at our top 10 as of right now, but he does have Lucian Thompson, Michael Boyles right there behind him. As Bill Fisher says, what do the points look like? The points? It's a good question, brother. I never look at the points. We're so early still in the season that it's so early, Chad. It's so early in the stand. Let me see here. How many races are we in here? Where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So after 9 races here, we still got like 10 races or something like that, or 11 races left to go here in the regular season before the playoffs get underway. We still got a lot of racing left to go there, as we're about halfway through this regular season right now, somewhere around that halfway marker. But I believe, let me take a look here. Pull this up. Matthew Wood does have the points lead. Came into the points here with 52 points. 52 points between himself and Joseph Smith. Jordan Fisher back about another 20 points or so behind Smith. Aiden Lucas in 4th. Applegate back in 5th. Jack Buelty, Colby Wells, Mickelson, Ryan Haller, and Evan Stewart are top 10 out there on the Speedway for the points. Austin Thompson, Jaden Browder, Xavier Runkel-Brunke, Stephen Blevins, Landon Burbage, and Terrence Murphy are a top 16 coming into this race, as are top 16 in points, all looking to try to advance their way into our playoff system here this year. So there is still a lot of racing, a lot of points on the line. Things definitely get a whole lot tighter back there, for about that, 5th, 6th position for quite a few spots. A lot of those drivers are right tight together. Our top 3 have kind of broken away. Even our top 4 have kind of broken away from the rest of that field there a bit. But definitely going to be interesting to see how the points change after this race being, 3 stages and a lot of points being handed out. Could be some big waves. And obviously now with, Fisher's leading the charge. Colby Wells is there in 2nd. You see Guerrero there in 3rd. But you look back there and I look at some of these other drivers that are chasing down potentially Matthew Wood for the points lead. Wood's down pit side and potentially out of this race. Looks like he is taking it back down behind pit wall. So it does look like Matthew Wood is officially out of this race as we see our first stage come to a close as Jordan Fisher picks up the stage win. Fisher gets the first stage dub of the day, man. The Fish Speed Breaks ride out in front gets the stage dub as Colby Wells will come home in second. Austin Guerrero, Jaden Browder, Xavier Roggelbrugge, our top 5, all earning some good stage points here in our first stage of the evening. Austin Thompson will come home in 6th with Landon Burbage, Nicholas Wheeler, Michael Boyles, Joseph Smith, our top 10 here, all earning some stage points here in stage number 1. So our first 100 laps down, and we're about a quarter of the way through this race, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, that is scary to say. Quarter of the way through this race. I don't know if these guys are just mess with me or what, man. They may have to start paying me more money because this is going to be 4 hours or better, closer to 5 hours of racing action. Your boy's going to be dead up here in the booth by the time this thing is over, man. This is going to be a ton of racing. My gosh, this is going to be a long day at the Speedway, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are ready to see just insane action, insane carnage, and hopefully we kind of stay at the rate they are. Obviously, we've seen 2 drivers kind of park for the day here, with Matthew Wood and Jaden Porter kind of being out of this race. Losing 2 drivers in each stage isn't too bad. That means we could still finish with 20 drivers or so on the racetrack. That's exactly what we're hoping for. As Chris Nichols in the chat says, let's go Austin G. Cheering on Austin Guerrero out there on the speedway. As Fish Mom says, way to go Jordan, as the Fisher Ryan picks up the first stage win of the day, as all these drivers will now hit pit road and look to make their pit stops here during our first stage break. Now, we did see Terrence Murphy. I believe Murphy may have gotten the lucky dog. The free pass back on the lead lap here and back into the action. Caleb Holloman, I do believe, is looking for the wave around, and so isn't Jack Buelty here in this number 67 ride. Also looking for the wave around, trying to earn at least a lap back, trying to get themselves back into the battle, somewhat back into the hunt at the front here this evening. We'll have to wait and see if this strategy plays out for them. If we can catch a quick caution flag, I think it'll work out nicely for those guys, but nonetheless, I think it's going to be a tough challenge, an uphill battle there to try to get yourself back on the lead lap here this evening, especially battling back from multiple laps down out there on the racetrack. But down out of pit road, winning the race off of pit lane, it's Colby Wells. Wells comes out with the race lead. Xavier Roggelbrugge comes out in position number 2. Let's take a look back here, because pretty positive we're going to see a few drivers maybe taking green flag or yellow flag pit stops right here, because where did Jordan Fisher go? So Fisher's down pit side right here. He's getting a stop done. The crew's going to work, and I believe as the work is done, he gets rolling. Okay, so a lot of these other drivers might have just went with different strategies here, or he came back down pit road. It just looks like he pulls up the racetrack here. All these guys are going to go around him. Okay, so maybe here he goes for a P break. I'm not sure what the game plan was here or not. I thought maybe we saw a P break or something for him here, because all these drivers roll around him. Now, he did win the race off of pit road, but looks like maybe he's just going to want to start towards the back of the pack here. This is a interesting call for the 39 ride. Nonetheless, I mean, it's going to be his teammate Colby Wells out in front. Wells now has the race lead. Xavier Roggelbrugge will be in position number 2 with the 11 of Jaden Browder, the 23 of Austin Thompson. They're in 4th. Landon Burbage up inside the top 5 in that Princess Towing number 2 ride, as Nicholas Wheeler rolls there in 6th. Austin Guerrero, the 05 of Michael Boyles, that 31 ride of Joseph Smith there in 9th, and Lucian Thompson rounding out our top 10 here on the Speedway. Logan Hamilton, Nick Biddy, Aiden Lucas, Stephen Blevins, Logan Perriman, Jason Bogart, Trent Johns, Michael Ponder Jr., Grant Applegate, Jordan Fisher back there in 20th with Terrence Murphy, Evan Stewart, Caleb Holloman, Brian Matthews, first driver, 1 lap down, scored back in 24th. As here we go, back to green flag racing as Bill Fisher says, come on, Sam, drive that car for Jordan. Drive that car for Jordan. Absolutely. Absolutely. Some of these drivers, man, they're going to get their spouses or their family, friends, whoever they may get to be able to jump in behind the wheel here. Just kind of roll a couple caution laps maybe for them and allow them to use the bathroom facilities here this evening as they're going to be set in for the long haul here this evening. But nonetheless, for each and every one of these drivers, man, it's going to be a long race. It's going to be a tough race, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to put themselves into victory lane, who's going to be able to survive today and tonight as the sun really starting to set here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Quickly, you'll start to see these lights turn on, and that racetrack can change a ton. It can either kill your car or it can really bring your race car to life with the, temperature change in the sun setting here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we'll have to wait and see here as the lights come on at Charlotte, whose car comes to life and who's going to be able to make some moves and maybe find their way up towards the front and trying to put themselves into a winning position. As you do see Colby Wells back here, he's leading the charge. Wells out in front. He does have Jaden Browder now up and into position number 2 here as the Yahoo ride started all the way back in 29th. Now up 27 positions and rolling there in that second spot on the Speedway, man. What a run, what a drive here for Jaden Browder as Xavier Roggelbrugge, our pole sitter, rolls there in 3rd. Austin Thompson, he finds himself up 19 positions, rolling there in 4th. Joseph Smith, Landon Burbage, Austin Guerrero, Logan Hamilton there in 8th, and then we do see Aiden Lucas and Michael Boyle trying to battle their way up towards the front here. And for Aiden, he led some laps there throughout that stage. He was at the point, he was looking and trying to keep, Mr. Wood back there at bay, trying to keep Evan Stewart back there at bay. Unfortunately, contact rolling out of corner number 2 for the number 34 ride. Didn't really cause as much damage for him as it did for, obviously, Matthew Wood, who's now out of this race, or Evan Stewart, who's back here a little deeper in the field, having to make multiple pit stops, trying to make sure he gets this car as fixed up and as repaired up as possible out there for the final half of this race. But for Evan Stewart, obviously, that set him back a ton. Obviously, for Matthew Wood, it took him out of this race and done for the day here. And for Jaden Porter, for Jaden, man, you still see him down there every once in a while, spinning the tire, trying to get this, 74 ride rolling out there on the Speedway. Unfortunately, it is not coming out of that pit stall here as he now finds himself at 110 laps down, as he never made it across the start-finish line here this evening. He may have made it down the front straightaway, that was about it, but he's yet to complete a lap here this evening for Jaden Porter in a 400-lap race here at Charlotte to not even be able to complete 1 lap. Man, that is a heartbreaker, man. That is an early wreck, an early issue that unfortunately took him out of contention right out of the get-go here this evening. As Colby Wells, though, out in front, continues to hold on to the top spot. Jaden Browder's there in 2nd. Xavier Roggelbrugge in position number 3. Joseph Smith, Austin Thompson, our top 5 out there on the racetrack as Thompson trying to hold off Landon Burbage here. Burbage trying to work to his inside, trying to find something on that left rear. Unfortunately, couldn't get the run out of corner number 2 that he was looking for, so he'll switch places down through 3 and 4. Look for a big run down and out of corner number 4 here for that 2 ride, trying to reel back in the rear bumper of that 23 machine and for that 5th position out there on the racetrack. As Burbage right there trying to work his way into the top 5. You do see Logan Hamilton in Jace LaForte's car here, a substitute driver out there on the racetrack in that 09 ride as he currently sits in 7th. Aiden Lucas back up into 8th with Austin Guerrero. Michael Boyle's our top 10 out there on the Speedway. Nick Biddy is back in 11th with Nicholas Wheeler there in position number 12, our 2nd substitute driver out there on the racetrack for Wyatt Mickelson, who rolls in that 12th spot. Logan Perriman back up inside outside our top 13 here on the Speedway has Grant Applegate and the 8 right of Trent Johns right there behind him. Blevins trying to hold off the 61 of Lucian Thompson as Lucian trying to hold on to position number 16 here on the Speedway. It looks like Blevins going to take it away from him, actually, as Jordan Fisher right there as well. Fisher in that beautiful 39 ride, man, that Fish Speed Brakes machine, winning our first stage of the day, decided to start towards the back there, and you got to wonder here for Jordan Fisher, is this just all a part of the plan? Right out of the get-go, right from the drop of the green flag here for this stage, start going into that save mode right out of the get-go. Save tires, save fuel, save everything that you can, and expect this to go a long distance and hope that you can work yourself into a good position. But oh, there we go! There's the yellow flag. Oh no, the 88 of Austin Guerrero goes around. Heartbreaker here for Austin. Let's take a look back at it, see what happened here as the 88 ride battling. I believe this is just outside our just inside our top 10, top 15 out there on the racetrack, and he rolls to the outside of the 05 ride of Boyles. They make some pretty solid contact there down to corner number 3. 88 rides loose, tries to save it. Unfortunately, washes back up the racetrack into the outside fence and then gets absolutely crushed by the 6 rider, Joe David. That's the second big lick that Joe David has gotten here this evening. That was a huge hit there for him, but let's take a look a little farther back. Let's take a look and break down the initial contact here out of this 88 and this number 5 car, because they're door-to-door down the back straightaway. 88 rides got the outside lane here as the Slaughter Racing Designs 88 machine. I just don't know. Does he come down or does 05 kind of come up? Nonetheless, I think for both drivers, they kind of just misjudge where each other's going as the 88, watch that outside lick right here, starts to kind of come down maybe a little bit early. Trying to maybe drive more down towards the bottom, expecting the 05 ride to kind of move down with him or give him that room. Unfortunately for Boyle, does not give him that spot, does not give it up, and they make some pretty solid contact right there. And for this 88 ride, I mean, at this point, it's all about just trying to hang on, trying to keep yourself out of trouble. Unfortunately, the car snap hooks back up the racetrack into the outside fence, and then here comes Joe David. Oh, man, big hit there for the Big D's Heating and Cooling, Nora Mill. Number 6 ride here, man. That was a huge hit for him. Let's see if we can jump on board with this 6 ride. See what he can see as right here out of the A-pillar. Can't really see it. Then all of a sudden there's smoke. There's the car. Starts to get checked up. Starts to drop a couple gears. Unfortunately, just doesn't hit the brake pedals there too much. And even though he's off the throttle and downshifting, still comes in with a ton of speed and can't get down out of the way quick enough, and bam, right into the door of that 88 ride, causing huge damage there for himself, huge damage for Austin Guerrero, and unfortunately that's going to have both drivers probably down pit road for a couple big pit stops here this evening. For Joe David, actually, it looks like he's going to take his car right back down behind pit wall and potentially out of this race. So for Joe David, that may have been game over there for the 6th ride here this evening, and that's a great break for drivers like Ryan Haller and Chess Hamby, as that's a couple, extra points maybe back into their pockets here with the 6th run calling it quits here this evening. Now we do see Michael Potter Jr. back down pit road in the 13 ride. Jack Buelty still a lap down, so isn't Darren Angler. Austin Guerrero is still on the lead lap, but tons of damage here on this 88 ride. This thing is going to be impossible to keep on, pointing in the right direction, man. It's going to be very, very difficult to try to keep this 88 machine, rolling not only on the lead lap, but still just keeping it just pointed in the right direction, man. You can see that right front just absolutely tore apart here. Let's see if we can get another look at it. There you go. You see the damage there quite a bit. Honestly, take a look from the front end. This thing is absolutely mangled, and unfortunately, he may need to hit pit road here, get himself an extra couple Budweisers or something, because the King of Beers car is definitely hurting here this evening, and it's going to be tough to keep that thing out of more trouble later in this race and throughout this race until it gets completely repaired. But nonetheless, we get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here this evening, as nice and easy down and out of corner number 4, down through that Echo Park restart zone. Here we go, back to green flag racing. Let's jump on board here. Let's jump on board with Applegate here for a couple laps. Let's see what he sees from the cockpit of this 57 as he tries to wheel his way around Charlotte Motor Speedway. All right, some great moves there from Applegate as he's still trying to work his way closer and closer to the front of the field as he just joins our top 10 out there on the speedway. But out in front, it is still Kobe Wells. Wells in the Fish Speed Brakes, the number 45 ride out in front of the field, holding on to the top spot with Xavier Rogobruggi there in position number 2. Zay rolls there in second with Joseph Smith back in third. In the 2 rider, Landon Burbage, our top 4 out there on the speedway. Aiden Lucas in position number 5 as Lucas trying to work his way a little closer to the front of the pack here. Obviously, we've seen some run-ins between Aiden Lucas and Landon Burbage out there on the speedway in the past. We'll see how they run each other here this evening. But for right now, Burbage and Lucas run nose to tail out there on the speedway. Jaden Browder's back there in 6th with Austin Thompson in 7th. We do see Michael Boyles, Logan Hamilton, Grant Applegate, our top 10 out there on the speedway. Nicholas Wheeler, Nick Biddy, Jordan Fisher back up into the 13th spot here on the racetrack with Trent Johns and Terrence Murphy, our top 15 here on the speedway. Logan Perriman, Stephen Blevins, Jason Bogart back there in 18th with Lucian Thompson there in 19th. Brian Matthews rounding out our top 20. Back in 21st, it's Evan Stewart with Caleb Holloman there in 22nd. Austin Guerrero with that heavily damaged number 23 ride rolls back in 23rd, and he'll get a lucky break as the caution flag comes back out. Yellow flag is back out here. I believe we're going to see the 99 ride of Logan Perriman turned around. We'll take a look here, see what happens as another caution flag that will give him an opportunity to hit pit road some more and try to get this thing more fixed up, as I believe it's going to start here. Trent Johns sideways out of corner number 2 right here. He gets sideways. No, doesn't. Oh, no, looks like it's way farther ahead. It looked like he was really sideways there out of that corner, but there's something going on in front of him. I'm not sure who's around, who gets tied up in this, but we do know Logan Perriman does end up going around right here. Oh, it looks like the 23 ride of Austin Thompson. Uh-oh. Thompson was way farther forward here. This is going to be a huge hit for the 23 ride. So Austin Thompson's up here battling for position number 8 on the speedway right here. He's battling for 8th on the racetrack, actually 7th at the time here. So he's battling for 7th. There's contact there. Tries to move back up the racetrack. Him and the 05 get tied together. Nowhere to go for Applegate. He ends up in it, but man, this is a big hit. Obviously some big moves and a lot of tight racing here between these guys as the 05 all over Logan Thompson's back bumper, and for Boyles just not wanting to let off here, not letting this sit back or anything else. I mean, we're still less than halfway through this race, and seems like a pretty aggressive move right there, all over the back bumper, jumps to the high side here, and then it looks like, I don't know if he gets loose or if the 23 gets loose. They both kind of just get a little bit squirrely out of corner number 2 here, And as they start to get a little squirrely, contacts made, and that's all she wrote here for the 23 and 05, as they're both going to find themselves parked up into the outside fence. Really big hit here for both drivers. Obviously, you see that Fish speed brakes, the 57 ride of Applegate, really nowhere for him to go in this one, as he just kind of drives in there, gets a piece of it, then everyone else jumps down the racetrack trying to avoid the 23. That's for the 99 ride, who initially kind of brings out the yellow flag here. He sees it. He tries to avoid it. He gets loose himself, trying to figure out which lane to go in. He goes around here. He washes up the racetrack, kisses the outside fence. Luckily enough, everyone else kind of already checked up enough that they do not drive into him or drive through him. And not a ton of contact there for the 99 ride, but unfortunately is a part of bringing out another caution flag right there. But some pretty solid hits there, man. Austin Thompson, Grant Applegate, a bunch of these guys getting some pretty solid licks out there on the back straightaway, and now we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here in just a couple more moments. We'll get a quick word in from our sponsor over at KK Woodscapes Original Trophies.
Here at KK Woodscapes, we only work with the finest woods, the finest tools. We sand the wood here at KK Woodscapes. We stir the paint with a wooden stick here at KK Woodscapes. And then we brush the wood with a wooden brush here at KK Woodscapes. And when it's all said and done, we have these perfectly manicured nails. Put the plaques in the trophies, in the envelopes, ship them to your box, and on your way to you to commemorate your special day. Got wood, KK Woodscapes.
Alrighty, huge shout out there to KK Woodscapes here this evening, as each and one of these drivers ready to go back to battle, ready to duke it out again here this evening, as 31 Cats took the green flag. I believe we have 28 drivers still rolling out there on the racetrack, as Joe David done for the day, Matthew Wood and Jaden Porter all done here this evening. Jess Hamby still rolling out there back in 29, but there's 28 drivers left duking it out here this evening as we get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here. Another restart here this evening is down through the Echo Park restart zone. Green flag back into the air. We've now completed 127 laps of racing action here this evening. Still a ton of laps left to go here in this one, as Colby Wells leads the way. Wells out in front, has that top spot, as right there behind him, that 5 ride of Xavier Rongo-Brugge trying to hold on to position number 2 out there on the speedway. Joseph Smith rolls in third, as here comes in Lucas and Landon Burbage right there as well, duking it out door to door for position number 4 on the speedway. Jaden Browder back there in that 6th position, as the beautiful Yahoo number 11 ride rolls there in that 6th position, with Michael Boyles, one of those drivers that got tied up and got a little contact and damage out of that last yellow. The 05 rolls there in 7th, did not come down pit road, as Nick Biddy, Jason Bogart, and Nicholas Wheeler round out our top 10 out there on the speedways. You got to be careful of that right there. We saw Browder get up and tag that outside fence on corner A. He's had a little bit of damage there for that number 11 ride. You got to be careful. Cannot put yourself into that position too many times out there on the speedway, as one of those times that may jump up and bite you. It may take you out of this race in a quick hurry and put you back down behind pit wall and out of contention here this evening. But for Colby Wells in that 45 ride out in front, continue to lead the charge here. But we look back throughout the field and look at some of these other drivers. We did just see a bunch come down pit road. The highest running driver that was just down pit side back on lap 25 is this number 24 of Terrence Murphy. Murphy rolls in the 11th position after making the pass there on Trent Johns for the 11th spot. Logan Perriman, who got tied up in that yellow flag, he was down pit side. So is Brian Matthews, who's back on the lead lap and back into the action here this evening. Lucian Thompson, Logan Hamilton back there. You do see Stephen Blevins and Applegate, who had to come down pit road and get some damage repaired there. But we do see this 39 right at Jordan Fisher back there in the rear of the field again here. Fisher playing some more big strategy here. He was down pit side back on lap 125, and it looks like he wants to stay there. And Jack Buelty, who we saw lose connection, leading this race. He was out in front. He had the top spot. He was leading this feature event. Unfortunately, lost connection, had to rejoin into the race. Was luckily enough able to get back in here in a quick hurry, but did lose 2 or 3 laps out there on the racetrack, and he has battled his way back on the lead lap. So Jack Buelty back into the battle, back in to the action here this evening, man. That is absolutely insane that he's able to battle back like that and back into the lead lap and into the hunt here this evening. Austin Guerrero still holding on to the lead lap here himself. Still has quite a bit of damage dealt to the right front of that 88 ride. The crew has been going to work, getting a little bit better here and there. The more caution flags he sees, the better, as that will hopefully try to get that car repaired without losing a lap out there on the racetrack. Darren Angler, though, Angler does find himself still a lap down back there, but he's in the lucky dog position. Austin Thompson also a lap down now, scored back in 25th. 1 lap down, not in the free pass spot, so he'll have to try to hunt down Darren Angler here on the speedway. Michael Ponder Jr., couple laps down, scored back there in position number 26. Haulers multiple laps down, scored back in 27th, with Chess Hamby there in 28th, as now he's officially leapfrogged that number 6 ride of Joe David, as David, Matthew Wood, and Jaden Porter all done here this evening. As 31 drivers took the green flag, 28 drivers still rolling out there on the speedway, but it's all Colby Wells, as Wells out in front, man. These fish speed rides, they came here, I mean, they came to play today, but they also came to just put on a great show for us and trying to put themselves up into victory lane. Now, it's hard to decipher on who is and who isn't a part of the Fish Speed team anymore, because there's so many of the Fish Speed rides out there that it's hard to really know who isn't Fish Speed affiliated. You almost got to guarantee that almost every driver out there is a Fish Speed affiliated race car, and it's tough to see some of these drivers on different teams or anything else. I mean, even though they're on different teams, a lot of times they still have the Fish Speed logos on their race cars. Tough to tell, but obviously for Xavier, potentially one of those cats is right behind him. I believe that's his Chesapeake Racing teammate there, the 31 ride of Joseph Smith. I believe Smith does have Fish Speed car sponsored here this afternoon as well, so we'll have to wait and see. We do see Aiden Lucas back there. Aiden rolls there in position number 4, with Nick Biddy back there in 5th. Is Biddy rolling there in that 5th position? I mean, Biddy might be the first driver that's not a part of the Fish Speed Brakes team. I feel for the Nora Mill ride, he may be the first one, or one of the only ones out there that aren't Fish Speed affiliated out there on the speedway. Michael Boyle's there in 6th. Terrence Murphy back in 7th now, as we do see Landon Burbage falls to 8th position, as Jaden Browder and Jason Bogart back there behind him. But all these drivers continue to put on a great show, great race for us. They're clicking the laps off here and a good rate, good pace here after a quick couple caution flags there. It'd be nice to see some good green flag laps being laid down, bring us a little closer to our halfway marker here this evening, as we're still a ways away from the halfway point, and we are already 1 hour and 45 minutes into the broadcast. My gosh, this is gonna be a long day, chat. This is gonna be a long day. Get your popcorn, get your soda pops. You're gonna be here for a show for a while, ladies and gentlemen, as out in front, Colby Wells has that top position, but it's still very early. Still see the sun peeking over the grandstands there, bringing a little bit of extra heat into these, into the Tigers and onto the racetrack there. That can definitely bring a little more looseness, maybe even a little bit more, difficulty for some of these drivers, especially on corner exits. Let's see if we can jump on board here with Colby Wells. It's fairly dark down through 1 and 2 and even some of the front straightaway, but when you're down through 3 and 4, you're coming back into the sun, and I think right now you're at a good spot where it's not coming from underneath of those grandstands and kind of blinding you when you exit corner number 4. So I think for right now, a lot of these drivers are pretty thankful of that, but we do see the caution flag come back out. Looks like Nick Biddy tied up in it. Jaden Browder tied up in it. Caution flag is back out. Let's take a look here and see what happens. It's all right. We already see one driver sideways here as it looks like the 0-5 ride may have another victim here this evening as tight racing, and it looks like for the 0-5, Boyles just pushes up the racetrack right here on corner exit. Makes contact there with the 32 ride of Nick Biddy. Biddy really just nowhere for him to go. He's rolling that middle lane, trying to get a good exit here. He's just holding his groove. The 0-5, you see, kind of roll up from the bottom lane right there, up and into that middle groove, into that left rear quarter panel of the 32 ride. You can see, obviously, for Murphy, he's trying to get checked up. Everyone else trying to figure out a way to get around him here. Here comes Browder, who tries to go underneath him. Unfortunately, misjudges how much the 32 ride was on the brakes right there and ends up driving right into the rear end of that Nora Mill. Nick Biddy Designs, Sisk Motors, number 32 ride, and they make contact, and the 11 falls down, makes some contact there with that inside fence. Now, luckily enough, I think everyone else is able to avoid him. No one else gets tied up in it, so that's a great break right there for Browder and for Biddy, that their cars don't get completely destroyed, but it all starts here with some contact between the 0-5 and this 32 ride on corner exit here is out of corner number 4. 5 rights, just going to push up the track right there. Pushes up into the left rear, and then from that point on, 32 just trying to hang on. The 11 misjudges on where he needs to go to avoid running through that 32 ride, and in that split-second decision, unfortunately guessed wrong and ended up with some pretty solid front-end damage there for himself as the yellow flag will be displayed again. That will bring everybody back down pit side. So all these drivers hit pit road, and for our pole sitter, Xavier Ruggle-Brugge, he's hoping that he can use it to his advantage to maybe try to jump out in front, maybe jump into the race lead right here. We'll see if he can beat the 45 off pit road. He does beat the 45 off of pit lane, but he doesn't beat few other drivers here. There's a bunch of cats that came down pit road, may have taken fuel only or only 2 tires right there, and we see Stephen Blevins able to jump out in front. So Blevins is our new race leader with Applegate now into second. Zay looks like he'll come out in third across the line. Logan Hamilton in fourth. Jordan Fisher, Colby Wells, potentially our top 6. We'll see if Wells moves forward at all or not. We do see Joseph Smith there in 7th with Jason Bogarts, Michael Boyles, and Aiden Lucas rounding out our top 10 out there on the speedway. But obviously now for a lot of these cats, another caution flag, another restart, another opportunity to make some changes down pit road or to get some repairs to your race cars. As you see Angler's down there, I believe Angler may have gotten the free pass. The Lucky Dog back on the lead lap. Trent Johns, Wheeler, Caleb Holloman all down there. Holloman trying to get some more damage repair done to his ride. Jaden Browder, looks like Browder may have taken his car off the racetrack and out of this race. Looks like Browder may be done for the day, as we do see Michael Ponder Jr. going to get a wave around right there. So isn't that 60 ride of Ryan Haller, the 23 ride of Austin Thompson, also getting a wave around right there. That'll put Austin Thompson back on the lead lap. For Michael Ponder Jr., I believe he will still be at least a lap down out there on the racetrack. I believe Jaden Browder done for the day. Ponder a lap down here. Austin Guerrero, looks like Guerrero's parked his race car now as well. So Austin Guerrero looks like he may be done here this evening as well. Jess Hamby still rolling. Ryan Haller still rolling. We're starting to see some of these drivers drop like flies out there on the speedway. Obviously a long race. A lot of early issues, unfortunately taking some out of it. Others still battling in it as the Cookie Monster says, how many cats is the 0-5 going to get? Oh, no, I wanted to read the rest of that, Cookie Monster. Oh, no. I wanted to read the rest of that. Let me see if I can salvage that somehow. Ah, man, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. Cookie Monster, I wanted to read the rest of it. I didn't get time to. Before they deleted it. Oh, man. I wanted to read the rest of that. Well, he may get into a few more cats here. We'll have to wait and see. There may be a few more cats, maybe a few more caution flags. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, there it is. How many cars is the 05 going to get to wreck? Yeah, that is interesting. That is an interesting one. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's not up to my discretion. It's not up to my decision. I don't make the calls out there on the racetrack. That is up to the officials and to the admin group. I mean, I just get to call the races here, but sometimes, you got to call them as you see them, and sometimes it's blatant. Sometimes it's just good, hard racing. I'd say that it was good, hard racing. I don't see that there was anything quite intentional with it, but you just never quite know. There could always be that little bit of craziness that may fly, that may happen, that may put a lot of these drivers into a tough position out there on the racetrack. But nonetheless, we keep on battling as Xavier Ruggle-Brugge jumps out in front, steals that race lead from the skyline. Number 15 of Stephen Blevins. Blevins falls back into second, now at risk of falling to third, as here comes that 39 rider, Jordan Fisher, right back down low, trying to work his way around him, and there is that skyline mechanical service Ford Mustang back there, just trying to hold on to it as of right now, as he is now going to get consumed. He's going to fall back into position number 4 here on the Speedway. So he falls back into 4th as everyone else trying to work their way forward. Obviously, we're getting closer and closer to potentially giving out some more points here. We're still a decent distance away, but I think this puts all these drivers into maybe a position now where they're good on fuel, here. They're good to go to the end of this stage without having to worry about fuel, and I think that's the big key for a lot of these drivers and where we're going to see a lot of the aggression kind of pick up here over this final run of this stage, potentially biting some more yellow flags out there on the racetrack. You never quite know, but as of right now, they should be good to go to lap 200, to our halfway marker in the end of our second stage of the day. It's Colby Wells, though. He's looking for the top spot. He wants to jump back out in front, and he will do so as down through 1 and 2, he'll complete the pass on the National Guard. Number 5 ride of Xavier Ruggle-Brugge. Xavier will fall back into position number 2 as Jordan Fisher there in 3rd. Joseph Smith now trying to jump up in. Hold on to position number 4, but Applegate rolling down to his inside here. He's looking to jump up inside the top 4 here, as right now it's a lot of fish speed rides up here inside our top 5, and there's that 05 of Michael Boyles. They're in position number 6. Logan Hamilton back in 7th with Aiden Lucas, Jack Buelty, and Jason Bogart. Our top 10 out there on the racetrack right now, so our top 10 looking good. As oh, look out, there was more issues down the back straightaway here, and again, it looked like it was Boyles and Applegate maybe running into some problems here. Let's take a look at it, see what happens. As the impact ride, let's see if there was any more impact right here. It's okay, nope, just big aggressive move right there. Looked like for the 57 of Applegate. I'm not sure if there was contact here or if Applegate just gets a little bit loose on corner exit. Just down the racetrack, maybe just trying to throw a block there. Obviously, the 5 ride trying to steal that spot. Goes for a couple big moves and then gives him a shove right there. Show his displeasure with that 57. Pushes Applegate up the racetrack there. I don't think Applegate's going to appreciate that very much. Gives him maybe a little love tap there into the tri-oval, but these two still battling hard. We'll have to keep a close eye on that because they are duking it out there for position number 5 on the Speedway right now. Michael Boyles wants it. Applegate doesn't want to give it up. And now here comes Aiden Lucas to put his nose right into the battle, looking to try to split him, trying to go 3 wide here. That may be a bad call. That may be a rough spot to be, but nonetheless, he gets in there, gets the run he was looking for. He'll stay 3 wide with Boyles and that 57, and it looks like he will complete the pass pass. So big move right there for that number 34, but now pushes tight up the racetrack. Here comes Applegate back down around him, and that 0-5 of Mr. Boyles. Boyles will jump up and into 5th here. Applegate back into 7th as Lucas will stay there to his outside, able to try to find a big run down and out of corner number 4 here, but they'll stay now door to door, battling for that 6th position as Boyles jumps up into that 5th spot here on the Speedway. So for the John 316 ride, they're in 5th. He'll look to try to keep on inching forward here, trying to keep himself out of any of the carnage and mayhem out there, but it seems like he's been surrounded by it here the last little while, as he's been right in the middle of the last couple caution flags and was very close to being in the middle of another one right there between him and Applegate. But Jack Bulte, he's raced his way back on the lead lap, now back inside the top 10. Amazing recovery, amazing rebound there for the 67 ride. Landon Burbage there in 10th with Terrence Murphy, Jason Bogart, Logan Perriman, our top 13 with Blevins now falling all the way back into that 14th position. Trent Johns there in 15th. And we do see Lucian Thompson in his beautiful 61 ride, that Miller Light machine there in 16th with Evan Stewart back in 17th. Nicholas Wheeler, Ryan Matthews, Nick Biddy, Caleb Holloman there in 21st. Darren Engler's back in 22nd, back on the lead lap for himself. Austin Thompson back on the lead lap. Michael Ponder Jr., first driver, 1 lap down. If you could catch a caution flag right now, you get the free pass back on the lead lap. And for Ryan Haller, Haller still finds himself, I believe, still 9 laps down out there on the racetrack. 8-9 laps down there for Ryan Haller. Really tough spot for him early on. Got some major damage out of that first wreck of the day on our initial green flag. Spun the tires, got up into the outside fence, got hit by a couple other drivers, which put him down pit side for an extended period of time, getting repairs. Same with Chess Hamby, who is now back in position number 27 and finds himself, I don't even know, 15 laps, 17 laps down out there on the racetrack. Austin Guerrero already done for the day. Joe David, Matthew Wood, Jaden Porter also done for the day. I believe Jaden Browder has also taken his car back down behind pit wall and out of this race. So unfortunately for Browder, looks like he's going to fall back to at least the 26th position here in another lap or two once Chess Hamby leapfrogs him out there on the Speedway. But out in front, leading the charge, it's all Kobe Wells here. Wells and Xavier Rogelbrugge, 1 and 2 out there on the Speedway, putting together a pretty solid run, pretty solid race here. You know, midway through this second stage, they're looking good, but here comes a big run to the outside, and Xavier, he wants to take this top spot back away. He wants to jump back out in front, and as they start to battle door to door, you got to keep a close eye on those drivers back behind him. Joseph Smith and Jordan Fisher not too far away from jumping up here and making a 4-car battle out of this top spot. We'll keep an eye on all these cats as they try to navigate their way to the front and into potentially some good points here this evening. Is down across the line. They complete lap 160. So 160 laps completed here this evening. We're 40 laps left to go here in stage number 2, our second stage of the day. Quickly coming to a close here in this one. Our second stage coming to an end here in just a little bit as Xavier Rogelbrugge, Colby Wells, Joseph Smith, Jordan Fisher, and Michael Boyles, our top 5 out there on the Speedway with Aiden Lucas, Landon Burbage, Grant Applegate, Terrence Murphy, and Logan Hamilton there in the substitute driver position for the 09 ride of Jace Lafort. Currently round out our top 10 with Perriman, Bulte, Bogart, Johns all right there as well, ready to pounce, trying to work their way inside the top 10 here this evening. And now that we're starting to really get some good green flag laps back under our belt here as we went back to green flag racing somewhere around lap number 146, I want to say, somewhere around there, 146, 145. We went back to green flag racing, and for each and every one of these drivers, obviously getting that green flag, going back to battle here this evening. And I mean, now that they've kind of seen another 17 laps, working on 20 laps of green flag battling, now we start to really see who's taking care of their equipment, who's kind of saved a little bit of tire, who's going to find that speed, that run later on to try to navigate their way out in front and potentially into the winner's circle here for our second stage of the day. As more points on the line, not only playoff points, but also, regular season points. That could be massive in your program to try to, one, if you can't win a race, you may be able to point your way into the playoffs, or two, try to win that regular season championship, earn any bonus points that come along with that, any benefits that may have, and obviously try to, put yourself into a golden position heading in to our playoffs on a high note. So we'll have to keep a close eye on them and see who's going to be able to put themselves into those good positions here. Obviously, throughout the race, who's going to be able to earn some really good stage points and try to leapfrog a lot of drivers there, or try to draw in a few of the front runners a little closer to their front bumper when it comes to our point standings here this evening. But out in front, Xavier Ragobruggi holds on to the top spot. Joseph Smith there in second. Now for Smith, he came into this race in second in points. So for Joseph Smith, this is a big race. I believe he did earn a stage point, coming home 10th in our first stage of the day. But for the Chesapeake Racing Team, number 31, he's got a golden opportunity with Matthew Wood parked down pit side and out of this race early on. He's got 52 points he's got to try to make up here on Matthew Wood. Matthew came into this race at 428 points. Joseph Smith came into this race at 376 points. So he's got to make up virtually, 52 points out there on the speedway, and I mean, this could be the day to do it. You get a couple extra stage breaks, you get some extra stage points on the line, you get a good finish as well out of the evening. I mean, this could really draw him a whole lot closer to Matthew Wood's back bumper, especially with Matthew being parked down pit road and currently finishing back in the 30th position. It could be a huge leapfrog that he's been looking for to get himself into the battle and into the potential battle for the race or points lead here. And I mean, even Jordan Fisher's right there in that same note. He came in about 20 points behind Joseph Smith. So for Fisher, after winning that first stage of the day, he gained some good points there on Joseph Smith, but also gained a ton more points on Matthew Wood as well, as all these drivers continue to do a great job, some great racing, but we do see the caution flag come back out. So the yellow flag will fly again here this evening. We'll take a look and see what happens. I believe Nicholas Wheeler going to run into some issues here. So Nicholas Wheeler potentially running into some problems here. The 51 ride, I think maybe just gets a little loose there on corner exit, tries to save it. It snap hooks back up the racetrack. Hard contact up and into the outside fence there for him. And then he rolls back down the racetrack, and oh man, heartbreaker there for Caleb Holloman, as Holloman's going to get in there and ends up just driving right on through him. Now, you do see a little bit of front-end damage already there. A little right front damage on that snap-on ride. So for the 51 of Nicholas Wheeler, he was already kind of off the pace, trying to keep this thing alive, and out of corner 4, just lose the rear end, starts to go around, then fortunately snap hooks up into the outside fence, and as it rolls back up the racetrack, oh man, there comes that 77 ride of Caleb Holloman. Man, that was a big hit for Caleb. He came from a ways away here, but unfortunately, this 51 rolls right down into his lap. And right here, I mean, big run, no caution as of yet, and then all of a sudden, bam! Right up into him, gives him a big kiss. And I believe for Caleb Holloman, that hit was so hard, I think he lost internet connection there for a couple seconds. My gosh, what in the world was that? But nonetheless, take another look at it. So here comes the Dr. Pepper ride. Never really got super checked up here, and fortunately just ends up hard contact there into that 51 machine. I mean, the caution flag wasn't out. Let's take another look at it here. As the yellow flag was not out, he kind of rounded corner number 4 right here. He sees a car kind of going around up and into the outside fence. Clearly see the car up in the wall right there. Obviously no caution flag. You see him roll out of the throttle. The RPM start to drop. He downshifts right here. This still comes in with a ton of speed, man. I just don't see how you're not hard on the brakes, even though you're trying to save tires, whatever else. I mean, you got to save the car. I don't know how you're just not on the brakes. Oh, man, that's a big hit. Big hit. And I mean, that could potentially end his day at the Speedway. That could also put Nicholas Wheeler down pit sign out of this race as well, as it does look like both drivers are down pit sign. And look at that thing, man. It's an absolute barbecue under the hood of that 77 ride. That thing is up in smoke. And hopefully get the safety crew down there and try to get that figured out, because that thing is smoking heavily down pit side. And it looks like for Caleb Holloman and Nicholas Wheeler, their days at the Speedway may have just come to an early close here this evening. Heartbreaking fashion for both of them, but that's another yellow flag and another opportunity for these drivers to hit pit road, make changes to their race cars, get hooked up, get ready here for battle to the end of stage number 1 as they just completed lap 170. Lights are off the official iRacing pace car. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing as our second stage of the day, man, is seeing a lot of yellow flags. A lot of yellow flags there in that second stage compared to the first stage, but we're 8 yellows into this race here, and we're not even at that halfway marker as of yet. The yellows may still fly. They still may come in abundance here, especially as we get later and later into this race. The tires start to run out. The patience starts to run out. The fatigue starts to set in. And for each and every one of these drivers, man, the intensity may just be a little too much to handle, and we could see some drivers blowing their tops late in this race, creating some more chaos out there on the racetrack. As Ronnie says, ouch, says, I love barbecue. I love barbecue. Who doesn't love some barbecue, Ronnie? That's for damn certain, brother. Who doesn't love some good barbecue, man? I've never been, but I always see TikTok videos of, like, you know, those Texas barbecue places, and they just got, like, big platters full of, like, steak and brisket, ribs, wings, mac and cheese, french fries. Oh, man, it just looks so good. And, man, one of these days I'll have to try to find myself down in Texas and get one of those, man. I don't care if it's a couple $100s or not. I definitely want all of that inside me, okay? It looks so delicious, so good. And the Texas barbecue, man, always looks so yummy. Is out in front, though, Xavier Ragobragi. Big restart, big launch right there into that 5 ride as he's able to get the run that he's been looking for, trying to keep all these drivers back there at bay, trying to keep that 45 right of Wells back there, the 31 of Mr. Smith back, as well as Xavier's looking to try to win stage number 2, but down across the line, they only complete lap 172 here this evening. So 172 laps completed. We still got a lot of racing left to go here. A lot of laps left to go, not only in this stage, but throughout this race as we inch a little closer to the end of our stage. As Ronnie says, I got you. What you want? What you want? Oh, brother, I definitely want some brisket. I want some brisket. I want some good ribs, you know. I want some fall off the bone ribs, man. I never say no to a good steak as well. And then, obviously, yeah, some really good mac and cheese. Some really good mac and cheese, brother. I'm a huge mac and cheese guy. I'm a huge French fry guy as well. As Bird Dog says, okay, stop now. Am I making you hungry, Bird Dog? Am I making you hungry? I mean, it's just so good. It's so good. It looks so good. I'm just imagining how good that must taste, man. I'm making myself hungry, okay? I'm going to have to make myself a bowl of cereal by stage 3. I'm going to have to go get myself a bowl of cereal if we keep this up. That's for certain. As Xavier out in front, holding on to the top spot here with Smith and Wells right there behind him. Jordan Fisher hangs on to position number 4 as we do see Applegate and Boyles. This battle starting to brew again, but this time it's the 57 of Applegate, who was just down pit road back on lap 169. Looks like maybe a little pit strategy out of the 57 ride as he's coming through the field in a quick hurry. You gotta wonder, did potentially Applegate get some fresh tires, maybe throw 2 sets on or something, that he's been able to find this extra gear, and he's working his way right up and around him here as making me hungry, says Bird Dog. Making him hungry. I know. I'm making myself hungry as Ronnie says, I can do it. I got a bomb potato salad too. Okay, I'm in for good eats any day of the week, okay? I mean, I'm not like super fat, but I'm definitely not skinny. That is for certain. I can definitely put it back like anybody else, man. And I'm definitely in for some good eats any day of the week, and 100%. As Xavier Rugglebruggy, though, out in front, Smith and Wells, they're in position number 2 and 3. Applegate has worked his way up and into 4th, but he's not done yet. It looks like maybe the fresher tires or something is just clicking here for the 57 as he's just worked his way up through the traffic and now up into that 3rd spot on the Speedway, looking for maybe some big stage points here this evening. And for the Red Bull 57 ride, he's looking to try to work his way right on around that 31 of Joseph Smith, looking to try to steal the stage win away from Xavier Rugglebruggy as the Fish Speed Breaks 57 ride rolls there in 3rd. Fisher's back into 5th now as he's got that 0-5 ride of Michael Boyle's right there behind him, but door to door. For position number 7, it's Aiden Lucas and Terrence Murphy. Good to see Terrence up here in the battle, working that 24 ride back on the lead lap, back into the action here this evening, and now trying to work this beautiful 24 ride up towards the front here. As let's take a look at this race car as well. He's got a beautiful paint scheme here this evening as well. Where's Terrence? There he is. All right, so there is the Airborne, the AA ride. See if we can get another look at this thing, man. It's a beautiful looking race car, beautiful looking ride out there on the Speedway. All right. Fury from the Sky logo on it as well. The Airborne ride. See what the side looks like. Okay, Fury from the Sky. I'm loving that. I'm loving that Airborne, man. That is a beautiful, beautiful looking ride. Beautiful looking paint scheme, beautiful looking ride. It says 1 to 508 PIR. All right. Well, we'll have to get some info on that one from Terrence Murphy. If Terrence is rewatching it, brother, break it down. Who's this paint scheme for? And take us through the history of it, man. We always love to see the history of these beautiful race cars and what you drivers are showing the love here. It says Airborne all the way on the back bumper there. Looking beautiful with the paratroopers coming out of the back there as well. And the big C-10s or whatever airplanes those are, the big carriers, dropping all the Airborne guys down, all the paratroopers down, man. That's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool back bumper right there, man. That's a pretty cool paint scheme. Pretty cool ride out there. Is out in front, taking control of this race though. Flying out there on the Speedway himself is this 57 of Grant Applegate. Is Applegate able to work his way from mid-pack up to the front of the field here after pinning back on lap 169. Looks like if he was saving any tires back there that he may have used an extra set, and obviously now using that set and racing his way out in front and trying to pick up a big second stage win of the day. Xavier Rugglebruggy does fall back to second as Joseph Smith there in position number 3 here on the Speedway. Kobe Wells there in 4th with Jordan Fisher rounding out our top 5 as a bunch of these Fish Speed rides up here at the front of the field, and a couple of those Chesapeake racing rides up there as well, and Xavier Rugglebruggy and Joseph Smith up inside the top 5. There is Michael Boyles back in 6th with Aiden Lucas. Nick Biddy now into 8th as Terrence Murphy falls back to 9th. Jack Buelty up and into position number 10 here on the Speedway. Trent Johns, Austin Thompson, there's that 37 ride. Evan Stewart trying to work his way back up towards the front here as the 37 ride now back into the 13th position here on the racetrack. Still trying to inch his way back up towards the front of the field after getting tied up in a wreck himself. Looks like that car is back into good condition, rolling nicely out there on the Speedway as Mrs. Holler says, this is a long race. This is definitely a long race. Sure. This is the longest race not only of our season, but of the entire NASCAR season. We will see the real-life NASCAR drivers here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in 2 weeks' time for their Coca-Cola 600 on Memorial Day, where they are going to be doing 600 miles. 400 laps, just like we are here this evening, and obviously the longest race in real-life NASCAR, longest race here for us as well, 600 miles, 400 laps, and yes, it is very, very long, especially when you start to add in, multiple yellows. I mean, I don't know if we're going to end up with more yellows than what the Coke 600 has in it, but, it is definitely a possibility. That may be something we have to Google here. Average amount. All right, let's take a look here. All right, based on recent history of the Coca-Cola 600, the typical race typically features a moderate number of caution flags, often falling in the range of 7 to 10 cautions for incidences or debris. 2021 race had 4 cautions, while in other recent years, the long 400-lap race is often seen higher numbers due to stage breaks in the 600. I mean, that kind of makes more sense with all the stage breaks. That definitely adds in a huge number of those, but you know, normally 7 to 10, somewhere in that area. I think we're already on 8 yellow flags, so all those yellows, I mean, they just keep adding in. They add into it. They make it longer and longer and longer every yellow flag. So for a lot of these drivers, man, you just got to get some good green flag laps in, and they're doing a great job here. I mean, we've seen some really good runs get kind of started, and as they kind of hit that midway point of a long run, that's where we tend to see the caution flags come out. I don't know if it's the tires starting to fade away for these guys or just drivers trying to make some bigger moves out there, as it's definitely tough. As Mrs. Haller says, I'm hanging. Wheeler doing well for Wyatt. Wheeler was doing well for Wyatt. Unfortunately, I believe for Nicholas Wheeler, he is now down pit side and out of this race. Unfortunately, I think for Wheeler, he's going to be down pit side here for an extended period of time and potentially going to finish back in about the 25th position, as he has not turned a lap since lap 168 here this evening. Same with Caleb Holloman, who's still smoking down pit side in that 77 ride, as I think at this point the crew started to put a brisket on and get into that smoker right there, get that brisket cooking here. By the time this race is over, it might be ready, as right now both those drivers are unfortunately parked down pit side. Jaden Browder, Austin Guerrero, Joe David, Matthew Wood, and Jaden Porter, unfortunately, are all done this race. So we start with 31 if you include the 2 drivers that are down pit side and now find themselves, you know, 20, 30 laps down out there on the speedway. When you look at Nicholas Wheeler and Caleb Holloman, unfortunately, they are probably done for the evening as well. So I believe that we have lost 7 drivers since the drop of the green flag. We started with 31. We got 24 still rolling out there on the speedway. And for right now, it is Applegate who's out in front, man. The pit strategy coming down pit road, doing whatever he did, man, getting tires. Honestly, it's working out well for him. No additional caution flags, no opportunities for drivers back behind him to try to pull the same move, come down pit road, get fresh tires themselves, and then try to steal the stage from him. It stayed clean and green, and for right now, it's working out perfectly for him, as he's got 2.4 seconds between himself and Joseph Smith. Smith rolls there in position number 2 as Nick Biddy has now raced his way up and into 3rd here. Xavier Roggelbrugge has fallen to 4th. Colby Wells there rounding out our top 5 is Aiden Lucas, Trent Johns, Jack Buelty. Then you do see Evan Stewart and Terrence Murphy currently our top 10 here. Murphy is battling door-to-door of Michael Boyles. You do see the 39 ride right there as well of Jordan Fisher trying to work his way back inside the top 10. Stephen Blevins there as well, ready to pounce, ready to try to work his way back up inside the top 10 here this evening, but they're going to have to try to find their way around that 0-5 ride of Michael Boyles for that 10th position. As Ronnie says, yum, he says, yum is right. Yum is right, as, yeah, Miss Haller, I mean, you got at least one car still in the race. Ryan's still out there. He's still battling. Now, unfortunately, I believe with Brian Matthews a lap down, he's in line for the lucky dog here. I believe for Darren Angler is not yet a lap down, so Brian Matthews should be in the free pass spot. He should be the only driver right now one lap down out on the racetrack, and then any more yellow flags that we get should go to Ryan Haller. So Haller's still not out of it. If we see a bunch of caution flags here at the end of this stage, Ryan Haller could potentially get back into this race, could get back on a lead lap. We've seen stranger things happen, that is for certain, and he is definitely not out of it, to say the least. But we do see Grant Applegate continuing to lead the charge here as 196 laps going to be completed here, this time by the start-finish line, with 2.6 between himself and Nick Biddy, as Biddy up and into second as Joseph Smith falls back into third. Xavier there in fourth, and Aiden Lucas our top five here on the Speedway. But it is Grant Applegate and Nick Biddy. Both drivers were down pit road back on lap 169. Now lead the charge here at our midway point. And look at the trying to hang on to it here. Biddy could still lose this second spot to Joseph Smith, but as of right now, Biddy should be in the catbird seat for position number 2 here to finish off this stage. But for Grant Applegate out in front, just clicking him off as quick as possible. Want to get these laps down and out of the way as the Fish Speed breaks. Red Bull number 57 ride. It's known that Red Bull gives you wings, and here in this one, man, the Red Bull ride definitely flying out there on the Speedway as Applegate out in front, down through corner 3, and out at corner number 4, back down and across the line. He will complete lap number 198. So 2 laps left to go here in stage number 2 here this evening, as Miss Soller says, Landon doing great tonight. Landon's doing really good here tonight. Doing really good, having himself a very good, strong run, good performance out of that 2 ride. Multiple times we've seen him up inside the top 5, top 10, battling up there. Obviously, very long ones, so you got to keep yourself pointing in the right direction. But here in this second stage of the evening, our first stage, we saw the 39 ride of Jordan Fisher kind of do the same thing, kind of came out of nowhere there. Towards the end of that stage, powered through, got to the front of the field, ran away with that first stage, and now here in stage number 2, as it's about to come to a close, our final lap here of our second stage, Applegate just out in front, set and sail here, 2.8 seconds between himself and Nick Biddy as he heads down the back straightaway into the Charlotte Motor Speedway, corner 3, and out of corner number 4, here with the Wheel to Wheel Racing League, our Coca-Cola 600 here this evening will hit its halfway marker, and our second stage of the day will come to a close as Grant Applegate wins stage number 2 this evening. So Applegate wins our second stage of the day. Nick Biddy will come home in second. Joseph Smith, Xavier Rugglebrugge, and that 34 of Aiden Lucas will round out our top 5. Colby Wells back in 6th. Jack Buelty there in 7th with Evan Stewart in 8th, Trent Johns and Stephen Blevins rounding out our top 10, all earning some stage points here in stage number 2 as the caution flag will come back out, and that means it's time for these drivers to make some more difficult decisions down pit road. I think we're going to see, probably everyone come down pit side, whether it's just for fuel or some taking tires here, others may take 2. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. And it's going to be interesting all night long because the tire strategy, I think, is going to be the key to winning this race. And I think there's a few that are trying to save tires for later on, maybe even giving up on stage points, knowing that, they could use those fresh tires. They could try to burn through a set and try to get a good stage win or stage points. But I think for a few others, they are wanting to try to save that extra set maybe for later in this race to try to put themselves maybe into the winner's circle here this evening. So you see the 71 ride. That is Brian Matthews, who's going to get the wave around the Lucky Dog back on a lead lap as everybody else is going to hit pit road and make their pit stops here for the end of the stage. So we should see the 71 get the wave around, get back on a lead lap here. For Ryan Haller, unfortunately, still going to be trapped a few laps down back there in that 23rd position. But out in front, winning the stage, it was Grant Applegate, Nick Biddy there with him. We'll see what these two do down pit side as Biddy hits his pit stall. Here comes that 57 of Applegate down into his pit stall. And as of right now, there's right sides going on to it. Looks like everyone's going to get at least right sides. We'll see if there's any takers with left sides. There it is. So it looks like 4 tires going on here to pretty much all these cars. And now the race back down off pit road looks like it is going to be Applegate who will win the race off of pit road, so he'll keep that race lead. He put another fresh set of tires onto the 57 car, and we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing here as our third stage of the day. Not quite our final stage, as we will have another stage break back on lap number 300 as well. So lap 300, there will be another stage break. There will be another caution flag for these drivers, and that will give them another opportunity to try to make some more strategy here, trying to figure out what they need, where they need to be, and how they need to try to put themselves up and into victory lane here this evening. As Rodney in the chat says, come on, Peacemaker family, leave that like and subscribe for more wheel-to-wheel racing. Yes, Sirski, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Make sure you guys become part of the Peacemaker family here today. Turn those bell notifications on, that way you never miss it when we go green flag racing here on Peacemaker Gaming. Fish Mom says, congrats, Grant, as cheering on that Fish Speed Breaks number 57 ride. A Grant Applegate, as Mr. Applegate comes home with the second stage win. So far, both stages have went to the Fish Speed rides, as obviously we saw Jordan Fisher win stage 1, Applegate win stage number 2. And now we get ready to set them loose here, our third stage of the day. About to get underway here with Applegate, Smith 1 and 2 on the Speedway. Xavier Ruggle-Bruggy's back in third with Nick Biddy there in fourth. Jack Bulte's there in fifth with Evan Stewart in sixth. And we do see Colby Wells, Jordan Fisher there in seventh and eighth. Landon Burbidge and Logan Perriman rounding out our top 10, getting ready to see this green flag fly here this evening, as each and every one of these drivers, man, ready to duke it out here as we're just past our halfway marker. So halfway through, halfway to go here in this one, as we're about to roll into 2.5 hours of a broadcast so far. That's absolutely wild. It's been that long already, as we're just hitting our halfway marker. This is normally when we're close to finishing a race. Normally this is when we're finishing a race, ladies and gentlemen, not hitting the halfway point. Just to put it in comparison on how long this race is, man, it's virtually double the length of our regular broadcast. I don't know how that's possible when we only went from 80% to 100%, but I think just that extra 100 miles added in there as well just adds in that whole extra lot of time. And woo, it's going to be a long day at the Speedway, but here we go. Back to green flag racing as our second stage of the day is underway, and we'll jump into a quick Uncle Rodney, crank it up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crank up that volume. Cheer on your favorite drivers as we crank it up here this evening, sponsored by and presented by Uncle Rodney. Alrighty, a beautiful crank it up session here this evening from Charlotte Motor Speedway as the Crank It Up powered by Uncle Rodney here this evening is Hot Rod. Uncle Rodney coming in, showing the love here in this one with not only, being the proud, owner here of the wheel-to-wheel Crank It Up, but coming in as well with the huge love and support here this evening as well, dropping the $20 donation here as well, the $20 USD dono from Ronnie Stewart here this evening says, that's right, crank it up, let's go, 37, cheering on that 37 ride of Evan Stewart as Evan finds himself still hanging on to a top 10 run up inside the top 9 as of right now. We'll see how long he can hang on to that, see if he can keep that car pointing the right direction, keep it rolling, and try to keep it up at the front of the pack here. See if he can maybe try to park himself up into victory lane as our boy Mr. Fletcher in the chat as well. What's good, Fletcher? Fletcher coming in showing the love as he comes in with the let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Jack coming in showing the love here in this one as Jack Luke in the chat as well says, my kid's favorite part of the race. Love to hear the car zoom by. Yeah, it's always so nice, man. It's such a beautiful sound to hear out there on the speedway. All these race cars just coming to life and rolling and rumbling out there on the racetrack and putting together a great show for us here this evening. And this one is right now, getting closer and closer to the midway point here of our third stage of the day. Joseph Smith down across the line clicks off lap 236 here this evening. So 236 laps down. Joseph Smith out in front. We do see Xavier Ruggelbrugge there in second. Grant Applegate's back in third. Jack Buelte rolls in position number 4 with Kobe Wells, our top 5 out there on the speedway. Jordan Fisher's there in 6th with Landon Burbage back in 7th. Michael Boyle's there in 8th. Then we do see Evan Stewart and Aiden Lucas rounding out the top 10. Logan Perriman, Logan Hamilton, Stephen Blevins, Trent Johns, Brian Matthews, our top 15. Then we see Lucian Thompson back in 16th. Jason Bogart there in 17th with Austin Thompson, Darren Engler, who's now fallen one lap down on the racetrack as we do see the 23 hit pit road here back in that 18th position. Engler has fallen to 19th. Terrence Murphy's back in 20th, also a lap down in the 24 ride. Ryan Holler, multiple laps down, scored back in 21st. Nick Biddy, we saw Biddy come down pit lane around lap 224, and unfortunately for Nick Biddy, has not rejoined this race. So it looks like Nick Biddy has taken his car back down behind pit wall and potentially done on the day for the 32 ride. So it's another driver potentially down and out of this race. We also saw Michael Ponder Jr. also take his 13 ride out of this race just after our halfway point here this evening. So unfortunately it looks like Michael Ponder Jr. and Nick Biddy both also not going to complete the race here this evening. Now Nicholas Wheeler still down pit side, so is it Caleb Holloman. Both these drivers unfortunately still trying to get their cars repaired. Yet to be known if they're going to rejoin this race. At this point, they're about 70 laps down, 80 laps down out there on the racetrack. So really not a lot of points jumping back out there, but nonetheless, still really, really good runs, really good racing here this evening as Ronnie says, Burbage is having a great run. Have fun, young man. Yeah, have fun out there, man. Great run here for Burbage as a lot of these guys, man, putting together some good runs, some good performances here. And obviously, it's still a lot of racing, still a lot of laps left to go here. I mean, it took us 2 hours, 45 minutes to get 240 laps completed. We still have 160 left to go, but as we lose more and more drivers, it opens up the racetrack a whole lot more, potentially less caution flags, but at the same point in time, you start to run out of tires, the intensity starts to build up, the wear and tear not only on your race car but also on your mind and body starts to wear you down a little bit as well. And for all these drivers, I mean, it's the longevity of these races that separates the boys to men out there on the speedway and real life NASCAR racing and here on the simulator as well. And for a lot of these drivers, I think they're starting to run into unknown territory. on not only what their abilities are for these long duration races, but also, what their car's durability is as well, and how they're managing a race. Managing a race for, let's say, 200 laps is one thing here at Charlotte, but managing a race for 400 laps is a whole different world. As Mrs. Holler says, their arms must be hurting, and that's the thing right there. It is a lot of work, man. As much as it may seem like it's not a lot, when you get these really, really good direct steering driving wheels that these drivers have, when you put in all that work, all that effort, you're into a virtual real-life NASCAR cockpit, you're putting a lot of work in the force feedback that are in these wheels. You're really feeling it. You're feeling these cars move around. You're feeling every bump and everything else, just like the real life guys would feel, and that's why the real life NASCAR drivers spend an enormous amount of time on their simulators working at each racetrack and trying to get better at each track. Now, it's not the exact same. You're never going to get the exact same feel or the intensity or anything else of being in behind the cockpit of a real life car compared to an iRacing car, but it is the closest thing you will get, and that's why they all use it for their training and their exercises and everything else. And I think for a lot of these drivers, they're really feeling kind of a lot like what these NASCAR guys feel, just excluding probably the heat and maybe a little of the discomfort or the pressure that they probably feel on a weekly basis. But still, it is a lot of work. You are turning a lot. You are putting a lot of wheel into these things, a lot of braking and stopping and going and shifting and the whole nine yards here. So these guys are putting in a lot of work. And I think for a lot of these drivers, it's probably more work than what they've ever done in a singular race. So I think they're really starting to feel, how much they got to do here, especially when we start to roll into even more unknown territory in that final run of the day, that final 100 laps. That's kind of going to be a really big make or break point for a lot of these drivers. We did see the 17 rider, Jason Bogart, down pit side. He's going to roll back out here as that Jack A. Bogart inspired paint scheme here this evening, rolling out there on the racetrack. Currently falls back into that 20th position, a lap down, but obviously making a green flag pit stop, hoping that things cycle back around, hoping that he can gain maybe a couple extra spots out there on the racetrack, see where this kind of sets him up, as we do see the 83, the Taco Bell ride, also hit pit road here. So Darren Angler will fall a lap down again. He'll get some more work done to that race car. He'll get ready to roll back out onto the speedway and complete his stop, but it looks like as of right now, he's not rolling back out there. He doesn't have a black flag, so I'm not sure if we're going to see Darren Angler actually roll back out onto the speedway. Now, we do see Jess Hamby also down pit side here since lap 120 or 225 has came back down pit road. I'm not sure if he is going to complete another lap as well. As of right now, he scored back in 23rd. So for Ryan Holler, I mean, he's able to pick up maybe a couple extra spots here, maybe a few extra points on the table still for this 60 ride, and that's exactly what Holler's trying to do, man. Just keep on rolling, keep on clicking off these laps, even though he's been multiple laps down right from the get-go of this race. I mean, obviously he's gained quite a few positions. He could have called it a day after lap number 1 and getting tore up and finished back in 30 if they're somewhere back there, and yet here he is still sticking with us. We do start to see more drivers hit pit road. Here comes Colby Wells, Jordan Fisher, so a pair of the Fish Speed Bricks rides hit pit lane. Looks like Michael Boyle's also going to come down pit road with him there in that Impact 05 ride. Also hitting pit road here this evening as green flag pit stop's kind of underway midway through this third stage of the evening. Here comes Jack Bulte. Here comes Xavier Roggelbrunke, Joseph Smith, Landon Burbage, Logan Perriman, all hitting pit road right here. Looks like Trent Johns is going to follow as well in the 8 ride. So more and more of these drivers making green flag stops. We'll have to wait and see how this strategy plays out for them. Will it be better to make the earlier stop or the later stop? Obviously in that first stage, it got broken up right around this point with a untimely caution flag. Got a lot of drivers a lap down that had to take wave arounds and everything else. But for a lot of these other drivers, they didn't really get to see how things cycle back around, where this would put them. And I think right now that's what they're trying to see. They're trying to get a feel of whether or not pitting kind of midway through the stage is the best break, or maybe trying to wait a little longer here. Maybe if, Applegate or Aiden Lucas, Evan Stewart, maybe if they can find a little something here, if they feel that, hey, you know what, if we stretch this out an extra 5 laps, 10 laps, have that much better tire for, a 40-lap run or so, even though you may give up a lot of time over the short term, but in the long term, you may be able to get that all back in tenfold and put yourself into a winning position late in this race. So I think that's what they're trying to feel out right now here before stage number 3 comes to a close. We do see Logan Hamilton, Steven Blevins, Brian Matthews all hit pit road, as I believe Jack Bulte's the front runner here for drivers that have made their green flag pit stops. Xavier Rogobragi will be scored in position number 2 with Joseph Smith there in 3rd. Colby Wells and Jordan Fisher back in what would be 4th and 5th here. Things cycle back around, and as of right now, they gain a few more spots there with Hamilton, Blevins, and Matthews down pit side, but Applegate, Lucas, and Stewart all yet to hit pit road here. So this is going to be interesting to see, and obviously we haven't really seen too many black flags, so that's a great break here for a bunch of these drivers. We did see a lot of black flags throughout some of the first pit stops here throughout this race, especially the first couple waves of green flag stops. But now here in this one, things have gotten a lot more cleaned up. Drivers are really hitting their marks down pit side and not earning those black flags. So that has definitely made things a little bit better for them, and I think that could really save them a lot of heartache here this afternoon after already running 250 laps. You don't want to get a black flag this late in the race and may not be able to even regain that penalty and try to bounce back from it and put yourself into a winning position, or back into at least a good position late in this race. So having a black flag down pit road is a no-go, and it's a no bueno for any of these cats here late in this race. We do see Evan Stewart down pit side. He's going to make his stop now after probably about 5 laps here. 5 laps longer than the rest of these guys, and he's going to hit pit lane. So we'll see where he kind of comes out and where he's able to finish this stage, and that may, decipher on whether or not he's going to make that same move in this final stage, or maybe he comes a little bit earlier, maybe he pits at the same time as those guys for that final stage, knowing that this could either be the winning strategy or it could be a losing strategy. This should give them a good test run here to complete the stage as Applegate continues to roll out there. So does an Aiden Lucas as they sit 1 and 2. And as of right now, this is also a really good spot, because if there is an unplanned caution flag here, if there is something that happens, if something arises out there on the speedway, whether it's debris or a spun around race car or anything that could throw a caution flag out for Grant Applegate and Aiden Lucas, they roll 1 and 2 on the speedway. They're the only 2 drivers on the lead lap. So that would trap everyone else at least a lap back behind them, having to take a wave around. But that would also give Applegate and Lucas a free pass down pit side to make a pit stop here, get fresh tires, get fuel, not have to worry about losing the front row, restart out in front of the pack here, and virtually have, at this point, 8 lap better tires, 9 lap better tires than majority of the drivers back behind them, and that would really set them up nicely here for late in this race, as that would give them just such a huge advantage here for the final run of this stage. And for right now, if it plays out in their favor, if a caution flag does fly, it would play out perfectly, I think, here for Applegate and Lucas here this evening. And I think that's where the strategy is kind of a bit of a winning move. I don't know. It's really it's a really risky move for them to stay out this late, because if you stay out too long, you never have enough time to gain back the track position that you lose. But if you time it right and you can catch that caution flag, then you look like a genius out there on the racetrack. But it is sometimes a lot of luck to be able to go your way to get this to play out. But as of right now, as Applegate rounds corner number 4 back down across the line, he'll complete lap number 260 here this evening. So 260 laps down. Here in this race, 140 laps left to go, and as of right now, him and Lucas are the only two on the lead lap, but Jack Buelty, who's reeling them in, who's hunting them down, so is in Xavier Rugglebrugge and Joseph Smith. If they can try to work their way back in front of these guys, gain their lap back here, as you'll see really here kind of what the fresh tires compared to the old tires will be able to do, as you do see the 34 of Aiden Lucas. He'll dip down pit road. He'll pit here on lap 261. We'll see kind of where he comes back out onto the racetrack and how much he'll give up here with the older tires compared to the newer tires, and you'll see kind of how this gap continues to close here between our race leader Grant Applegate and Jack Buelty. Buelty down pit road virtually 48 laps after the last time we saw Applegate down pit side, so 48 lap better tires, but now it's been 10 laps since we saw Jack, Xavier, Joseph here, and a lot of the rest of our top 10 down pit side. It's been 10 laps, maybe even 11 or 12 laps now since they were down pit lane, and obviously that's a little bit more wear and tear onto their tires, as you do see Aiden Lucas rolling back in onto the racetrack. This is going to knock him outside of our top 10. He will fall back into about 11th, but he will have a lot better tires than all the drivers here in front of him. So you got to imagine that Applegate's going to end up kind of somewhere in that same spot, as you do see Jack and Xavier both able to race their way back on the lead lap. There goes Joseph Smith, also back on the lead lap. So great break for them, as they will not have to take a free pass or a wave around here. But for Applegate, still rolling out there, man. He's just trying to stretch this out as far as he can, hoping that he gets much better tires, that he can just kind of take advantage of these guys later on in this run and work his way maybe back right to the point here. We'll see how this plays out for him, but as of right now, I mean, it's going to be very, very tough to make up the ground that he's lost here, as you take a look back at Aiden Lucas and how far back he is. When you look at the distance between him and Jack Buelty, it's about 12 seconds. So, I mean, he's got some good time here. He's got, 36 laps or so to try to reel in Jack and Xavier and the rest of these guys. I mean, so he's got some time. He's got quite a few laps to kind of reel them in, to hunt them down. But, I mean, you just got to hope that there's no caution flags, or hope that there is a caution flag and it's earlier rather than later, as here comes Applegate down pit road. So Applegate gives up the race lead. He'll hit pit lane here on lap number 265, giving him virtually 15 lap better tires than majority of our top 15 out there on the speedway. Now we're still waiting on a few other drivers, one of those being Terrence Murphy, to work his way back down pit road. He has not pitted since lap 202 now for Terrence. He's back on the lead lap, but he's going to be in a tough spot here once he does come down pit lane, so I think he's banking on a caution flag, trying to keep him on the lead lap. Everybody else has been back down pit road since that period of time. Now, we do see Darren Angler. He's still rolling out there. Good to see Darren still battling, but we do see Michael Ponder Jr., Chess Hamby, and Nick Biddy all call it a day here this evening. Wheeler, Caleb Holloman, Browner, Austin Guerrero, Joe David, Matthew Wood, and Jaden Porter all done here this evening. So we started with 31 drivers rolling on the speedway. I believe we only have 21 drivers still rolling out there. So it looks like we have lost 10 drivers here throughout this race. Start with 31, 21 still rolling here this evening. 10 drivers, unfortunately, have parked their cars back down behind pit wall and potentially out of this race. I don't see any of them rejoining, so a tough break for them. But out in front, it's Jack Buelty, who's worked his way back to the point. Last time we saw this 67 ride really leading the charge here and sitting in front of Xavier Rugglebrugge and Joseph Smith. He ended up losing connection to the server, had to leave the race, come back in, rejoin the race multiple laps down, has been able to battle his way back on the lead lap and battle his way right back out in front. I mean, he had enough time. Luckily enough, that issue happened, in the opening stage of this race, and not here in stage 3 or in stage 4, where he wouldn't have had enough time or enough yellows to kind of get back into the action, to get back into the hunt here at the front. Luckily enough, it's played out nicely here for the 67, and it's brought him some some good luck and obviously into a really good position here to try to snag maybe this third stage win of the day, as Xavier, Joseph right there behind them. They're battling for position number 2. Joseph Smith trying to take it away from the National Guard number 5 ride, and it looks like Zay will fall back into third as the beautiful Gunsmith Cats number 31 ride will jump up into position number 2. So for the Gunsmith Cats, number 31 ride at Joseph Smith leads, second place now here, and just leads in front of Xavier Ruggle-Bruggy. A little farther back behind him, you do see a pair of the Fish Speed Brakes rides as Jordan Fisher rolls there in 4th. Colby Wells back in 5th. Michael Boyles there in 6th with Landon Burbage, Evan Stewart, Aiden Lucas, and Logan Hamilton are top 10, but looks like Hamilton is going to see that 57 ride of Grant Applegate roll around him here, as here comes Applegate and Lucas, even Evan Stewart. Some of these drivers with slightly fresher tires starting to reel these guys in, starting to make their way around them, even for that 37 ride of Evan Stewart. He was down pit road on lap 255. Applegate was down pit road 10 laps after him, I believe. Braden Lucas, he was down pit side about 6 laps after Evan did. So 6 lap, 10 lap better tires there over that 37. You can see just how much he had to battle there, which wasn't a whole lot. He kind of had to sit back and just watch those guys go right on around him here. And now you see Aiden Lucas and Applegate back up into 8th and 9th and reeling in this number 2 of Landon Burbage. I think right now what's killing them is battling door to door themselves. I think it'd be smarter if they just kind of went a little bit more single file, but as of right now, they still battle door to door for the 8th spot here on the Speedway. Applegate's trying to slide up in front of him, trying to clear him here. He knows that single file, they're going to be a whole lot quicker, a whole lot faster, and able to make some moves to try to work their way back up towards the front of the field before this stage break ends. And unfortunately there, big block into the 2 ride as Landon kind of went up a little bit. Applegate, though, stuck it there on the high side, able to carry a lot of speed and momentum up there. He will still complete that pass, and now here comes Lucas down on the inside of that 2 ride, trying to steal position number 8 away from Landon Burbage now on the Speedway. Looks like Landon will fall back into that 8th position as or 9th position as Applegate and Lucas both work their way around him. Now for Applegate, a little bit more of a gap here. He's got about 2.6 seconds to make up to chase down our 6th place driver, Michael Boyles, and another 3.7 to chase down Colby Wells. So I think for right now, he's kind of at the victim of his own fault here of just kind of waiting too long to come down pit lane. He's got to make up 9 seconds here over the next 25 laps of racing action to try to hunt down our race leader. And even though, yes, he's got the fresher tires, he's going to have some really quick lap times, I think he's still going to be really, really hard-pressed to try to make up that kind of ground and try to hunt down the race leaders here this evening. But for right now, it's the Robin Hood 67 ride of Jack Bulty out in front, has himself 0.8 of a second between him and that beautiful number 31 of Joseph Smith, as Smith rolls there in position number 2. A little farther back, you do see Xavier Ruggle-Bruggy in a bit of a battle here with Jason Bogarts and the number 23 of Austin Thompson. I do believe they are the first 2 one lap down out there on the racetrack. So for Austin Thompson, he's trying to make the move around. Jason Bogart trying to work his way into the lucky duck position. Right now, that'll be a tight battle there for that 15th, 16th spot, trying to get that lucky dog, trying to put themselves into that spot here on the Speedway. And right there behind them, you do see Jordan Fisher. Fisher's got to try to find his way around these guys here and hope that it can keep Colby Wells and the rest of these guys back there at bay. But if they do get checked up enough, man, it could really open up the door for Applegate and Lucas to really reel them in a quick hurry, as he's reeling in Michael Boyles in a quick hurry, as this time by the start finish line, the lap difference was about 0.6 of a second. So about 0.6 of a second quicker than Michael Boyles. That means by the next time they cross the start finish line, Applegate should be only a couple car lengths off his back bumper and getting ready to potentially pass and work his way around our 6th place driver, Michael Boyles, out there on the Speedway, as you do see him exit core number 4. Here comes that 57 ride, reeling him in a quick hurry. It's down to about 0.3 of a second between the two of them. So again, Applegate gains, about 5/10 of a second, almost 6/10 there down across the line. So I think for Applegate, he's really moving. He's got those fresher tires, and he's trying to use them to his advantage, trying to gain some big extra stage points here this evening. But out in front, leading lap 2, 79 is, man, this second stage. Yeah, the second stage is just flying by. These guys putting together a great run, a great show here in stage number 2. Stage number 1, we saw only a few yellow flags. Stage 2, we saw quite a few yellows there. I want to say about 4 or 5 yellows in that second stage, somewhere in there. Here at stage number 2, though, man, it's been all clean and green. We went back to green flag racing somewhere around lap 205. I believe 204, 205. We went back to green flag racing, and we've been green ever since then. So really, really good run. Really, really good clean run for all these drivers. And they're inching closer and closer to the end of our third stage of the day and our final stage break of the evening as well. So our final stage just around the corner for each and every one of these drivers. And for Jack, looking for some big stage points here in this one. Smith right there in second. Obviously, we talked about him and how he came into this race second in points here for the regular season championship. Only, he's about 52 points behind Matthew Wood, but Matthew scored back in 30th, getting no stage points here this evening. Joseph Smith earned some pretty good solid stage points out there on the racetrack. So hasn't Jordan Fisher, Aiden Lucas, Applegate, all trying to close that gap on the 16 of Matthew Wood, trying to put the pressure on him here for potentially the regular season championship. But right now, man, it's still a lot of racing, still a lot of action left to go here. You do see the gap slowly closing here between Jack Buelty and this 31 of Joseph Smith. So Smith is reeling him in, is tracking him down out there on the speedways. We do see Jordan Fisher able to work his way up and into third now as Xavier Roggelbrugge falls back into position number 4. Colby Wells right there ready to try to work his way around Zay as well on the speedways. Applegate has already made his way around that 0-5 of Michael Boyles and down across the line here, man. Got 17 laps left to go in this stage. He's about 7 seconds back now of our race leader Jack Buelty. So I mean, he's gained quite a few seconds. He's really tracked him down a lot, but I mean, just this late in the race, having to gain that much time, that much of track position, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I'm going to say it's probably fairly improbable that Applegate gets back to their rear bumper, gets back into this battle for the stage win. But we have seen stranger things happen as he is closing the gap there on Colby Wells and Xavier Roggelbrugge, especially if they start to battle more for position number 4 here on the speedway. Fisher right there in front of them, not too far off. But for right now, still a lot of tight racing, a lot of great racing left to be had. And our final stage of the day is just on the horizon. And for each and every one of these drivers, this final stage brings in, you know, some craziness, man. It's gonna be wild. Obviously, tires, fuel, all that's going to play a role in it, but also the longevity of these drivers and their cars, it's going to play a huge role in it as well, as most of them aren't going to know, really what to do, whether it comes to fuel, tires, what's the strategy call late in this race. We see, obviously, it's worked out pretty well for Jack as he leads the charge here out in front, but if you look back behind him and see the speed that Applegate's carrying, I just think maybe it was a little too late for Applegate. I think kind of going that 15 laps, I think was too much. I think he's kind of learning that. I mean, maybe 10 laps, maybe that's more of the number. But you look at Aiden Lucas there, he ran about, 10, 11 laps longer than most of those other drivers. And, he's still reeling them in. He's still running a little bit better lap times than most of them. But still just not enough to be able to really make up that ground, make up that distance that they gave up here by making that longer pit stop. So it may be more of a short pit kind of strategy here, as Uncle Ronnie called out earlier in this race. I mean, making that shorter call, making that shorter pit stop may be the winning move. So we could see some drivers aiming for kind of that midway point like they did here in stage number 3, where they came down pit road, midway through this stage. But I think for a lot of these drivers, may come down pit road 5-10 laps earlier, somewhere where you know you're good on fuel, but maybe trying to just get that extra little bit of fresh tires there, get that extra little bit of distance, pull ahead of these guys, and hope that the tires either balance out or fade off there for them before they can catch to your back bumper or make a move to get around you. So it'll be interesting to see the strategy calls here in this final stage of the day. But for Jack Buelty, he's out in front. He's got this tough spot, continues to lead the charge here as he heads back down through corner number 3 and out of corner number 4. He'll head back down and across the Charlotte Motor Speedway start-finish line and click off lap 289. So 11 laps left to go here in stage number 3 here this evening from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jack Buelty out in front, Smith in tow, second back behind him. Jordan Fisher about 1.3 seconds off the back bumper of our second place driver. Then you see Kobe Wells and Xavier Rugglebrugge. They're rounding out our top 5. Applegate's back in that 6th position. Now he keeps on tracking him down. He's still reeling him in here. Unfortunately, he is running out of time in a hurry here as down across the line. Only 10 laps left to go. He finds himself about 5.5 seconds back of our race leader. He's about 2.2 seconds back of Xavier Rugglebrugge for position number 5. Kobe Wells just there in front of him. So, maybe Wells and Rugglebrugge may be, beatable. Maybe he can track them down, reel them in, and make some moves to maybe get around that 45 and 5 ride out there on the speedway. But it's going to be tough, not only to just 1, catch them, but 2, try to work your way around them here on the speedway. But Jack Buelty out in front, though, looking like a beauty here this evening as he continues to lead the charge, continues to put more drivers a lap down, as you see Aiden Lucas there in 7th, Michael Boyles in 8th. Landon Burbage back there in 9th, and Evan Stewart rounding out our top 10 here on the speedway. Logan Hamilton racing for Jace LaForte scored back in 11th, with Logan Perriman in position number 12. Back in position number 13, that's Stephen Blevins. In position number 14, it's Trent Johns. Now, I believe for Trent Johns, he is the last driver on the lead lap here this evening. Last driver on the lead lap is this number 8 ride. First driver 1 lap down is this 23 of Austin Thompson. So for Austin Thompson, rolling there in that 15th position, he wants to see the stage break come out in a quick hurry. Know that this could get him back on the lead lap, back into the action here this evening. Unfortunately, it may trap Jason Bogart's a lap down. Brian Matthews a lap down to get out there. Lucian Thompson also a lap down. Terrence Murphy has fallen a couple laps down out on the speedway. So isn't Darren Angler. And obviously for Ryan Haller, also multiple laps down. Scored back in 21st. The last driver still rolling out there on the speedway as we start of 31. Only 21 still battling here today. But out in front, it's all Jack Buelty. Is Buelty out in front as the Beauty continues to lead the way. As that beautiful Robin Hood ride down across the line will click off. Lap 294, 6 laps left to go here in stage number 3 here this evening. Stage number 3 quickly coming to a close. Smith there in 2nd, Fisher back in 3rd. That gap has not really changed, and really have not seen too much ground made up here for Applegate either. And I think just with 5 laps virtually left to go here in this stage, he may be able to catch him, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to try to find a way to get around him here late in this run. And I think that strategy for Applegate was just a little bit too long. I like it. I like the thought process of it, but I just think it's a little too short of a game plan there. I don't think it's going to help him or put him into a winning situation late in this race. Kind of waiting that much time, giving up that much track position out there on the racetrack. But for Jack Buelty, continues to lead the way here, nice and easy. Unfortunately, does put, I believe that's the 8 ride of Trent Johns now a lap down. So Trent now finds himself the first driver 1 lap down on the speedway. He's got to be careful. Stephen Blevins not too far away from potentially losing a lap here himself. So if you're Trent Johns, you got to stay close to our race leader. Hope that you can try to keep yourself in that free pass position. Not wanting to see our race leader put another driver a lap down. And if Blevins is watching, man, or he sees that relative, I mean, it may be beneficial for him to kind of roll back here, put himself a lap down, get the lucky dog himself before Trent Johns, and that could leave only 13 drivers potentially on the lead lap here. But as of right now, there is only 13 on the lead lap, but Trent Johns should get the wave around the lucky dog back on the lead lap here this evening, as long as he does not fall back to the clutches of the 23 of Austin Thompson. Now, unfortunately, I think for Thompson, he's about 5 seconds behind Trent Johns, and I think that's going to be too much of a gap. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch him before this caution flag flies for the end of the stage. There's only 2 laps left to go, so 2 more laps left to duke it out here in stage number 3 here this evening. Stage number 3 about to come to a close as the Robin Hood Toyota Camry have Jack Butte out in front. 1.7 seconds between himself and Joseph Smith. Another 9/10 back. You do see Jordan Fisher rolling there in third. Kobe Wells, Xavier Rugglebrugge are top 5. Applegate's there in 6. Unfortunately, he's going to run out of time to try to hunt down our top 5 here on the Speedway. Is the final lap here of stage number 3 here this evening, and for our race leader, sees a slew of slower cars here in front of him. I think he may want to just play this safe. No, don't push your nose into the wrong spot at the wrong time. Put yourself into a bad position. I think he's just going to roll the bottom here nicely, allow these guys to stay in front of him. He's not going to push the subject as they head back down and across the line. We will see the stage come to a close, and it's the 67 of Jack Butte who picks up the stage win here in stage number 3. So our third stage of the day goes to that 67 ride here this evening. Smith will come home in second. Jordan Fisher there in third. Kobe Wells back in position number 4. With Xavier Rugglebrugge rounding out our top 5 there in stage number 3. Applegate there in 6 with Aiden Lucas, Landon Burbage, Evan Stewart, and Michael Boyles rounding out our top 10, all earning stage points here this evening. Unfortunately for the Logans, Logan Hamilton, Logan Perriman, just on the outside of our stage points there in 11th and 12th. Stephen Blevins, last driver on the lead lap, finishes back in 13th. Trent Johns, first car 1 lap down there in 14th. He's in line for the lucky dog. The free pass back on the lead lap. That's a great break there for the 8 ride as he'll get back into the battle. Unfortunately for Austin Thompson, he will not get the free pass. He will have to potentially either stay a lap down or try to get a wave around right here, but he was last down pit side on lap 237, and I think for the earlier pit stop there for Austin Thompson and Jason Bogarts, it just did not work out well for them, and unfortunately they were never able to rebound from it. As Ronnie says, 4th quarter, boys, 4th quarter. Yes, it is finally the 4th quarter. We're 75% of the way through this race, man. It has been a long one as we now click off 3 hours and 18 minutes of live broadcast here for this Coca-Cola 600, the wheel-to-wheel 600 here this evening, as it has been a crazy one, a wild race. Obviously, you know, well over, I want to say, 450 miles now. I think we're just over 450 miles if my calculations serve me right there. So we're pretty much beyond majority of our races here. Most of our races do not go longer than 400 miles. I think for a lot of these drivers, I think for a lot of these drivers, they're going to start to feel that wear and tear. They're really going to start to feel that fatigue kind of set in here throughout this 4th quarter, throughout this final 100 laps of racing action, and what they need, where they need to be, and what their cars may need here late in this race. And now that the fatigue is really going to start to take effect here, they're going to be feeling tired. They're going to be feeling sore. They're not sure what they're going to need to do here. I think for some, probably going to be needing the bathroom break here, as we do see a few of them sticking down pit road for an extended period of time. Looks like Applegate, Smith, Lucas, Austin Thompson back there, maybe Trent Johns, Brian Matthews, Jason Bogart, Lucian Thompson, Terrence Murphy, Darren Angler, A lot of these drivers down pit road here for a bit of an extended period of time. I believe a lot of these guys are using the bathroom break right now, making sure they go pee and getting a drink quickly, making sure they are ready to rock and roll for this final stage of the day. Still waiting for Applegate. There he goes. He's rolling again. Hopefully these guys remember to wash their hands, chat. Hopefully they remember to wash their hands before getting back on a steering wheel. Or hopefully they got some dude wipes or something nearby, some sort of disinfectant here after their quick bathroom breaks during the stage break. And we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to Green Flag Racing after a quick word here from our sponsors over at KK Woodscapes Original Trophies.
Here at KK Woodscapes, we only work with the finest woods, the finest tools. We sand the wood here at KK Woodscapes. We stir the paint with a wooden stick here at KK Woodscapes. And then we brush the wood with a wooden brush here at KK Woodscapes. And when it's all said and done, we have these perfectly manicured nails. Put the plaques in the trophies, in the envelopes, ship them to your box, and on your way to you to commemorate your special day. Got wood, KK Woodscapes.
Alrighty, shout out there to KK Woodscapes Original Trophies here, one of our amazing sponsors here at the Wheel to Wheel Racing League as we get ready here for our final stage of the Coke 600 here this evening, the Wheel to Wheel 600 here this Sunday afternoon as each and every one of these drivers ready to go back to battle, ready to duke it out again here this evening. It's nice and easy. Down and out of corner number 4 through that Echo Park restart zone. Here we go, back to battle. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the 67 rider Jack Bulte out in front gets a great launch, another good drive right there, and able to open up a bit of a race lead between himself and the 45 ride of Mr. Obi Wells as well. Man, he's had a good solid run here this evening as Wells has been right there in the hunt all evening long. Fisher right there in third as we do see Logan Hamilton in the 09 ride here. Substitute driver for Jace LaForte as they're 3 wide back behind him. Oh, baby, look at this. 3 wide action. Burbage up on the high side. Perriman down low. Right in the middle is Evan Stewart. It looks like Stewart's going to fall back, but now right into 3 wide again as they get double file back down the back straightaway as that was the 34 ride of Aiden Lucas making some big moves there on the high side as well, trying to inch his way back up towards the front of the pack here. So is in Grant Applegate. Both of these drivers unfortunately stayed down pit road for an extended period of time, getting extra fuel and obviously probably used a little bit of a bathroom break down pit side here as well as Joe Stevens. Joe coming in, hitting that subscribe button, becoming a brand new member of the Peacemaker family here this evening. Joe, welcome to the Peacemaker family here today. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys do exactly what Joe just did. Hit that subscribe button. Become part of the Peacemaker family here today. Hit the thumbs up button for us. Hit that subscribe button and, turn those bell notifications on. That way you never miss it when we go Green Flag Racing here on Peacemaker Gaming. But out in front, it's all Jack Bulte's. Bulte continues to lead the charge here. Colby Wells in position number 2 with Jordan Fisher back there in that third spot on the speedway. Logan Hamilton there in position number 4 with Michael Boyles, Aiden Lucas, Landon Burbage, and Logan Perriman door to door. This is a battle for position number 7 on the speedway. Perriman getting the advantage down the front straightaway, but down into corner number 1. Who's going to pull ahead here? Who's going to find the run that they're looking for to try to stay in position number 7 on the speedway? Down the back straightaway, looks like Perriman is able to clear the 2 ride, and here comes Joseph Smith trying to work his way back up towards the front. Smith right there looking to make that move around Burbage, and it looks like he's going to get at least to the outside. Is there some contact? A little bit of wall scrubbing back behind him, as I do believe some tight racing here between Xavier Roggo-Brugge and that 57 of Grant Applegate. Applegate's trying to race his way back up there. I believe Applegate and Joseph Smith, a pair of our drivers that took the extended pit stop there, trying to use the bathroom bathroom break there during our third stage break of the day back on lap 300. But Bird Dog in the chat, Bird Dog says, time to get crazy, Jordan, time to get crazy. I think for a lot of these drivers, they're beyond crazy at this point, man. 310 laps here at Charlotte, into the history books. 90 laps left to go, 90 more laps left to duke it out here in this one. And for right now, they're all hunting this beautiful Toyota Camry that Robin Hood rider Jack Beauty is Beauty out in front, has this top spot and hoping to try to hang on to it here now for the next 89 laps of racing action, as 311 laps down. Kobe Wells there in second. Fisher sits in third, but now it's all about longevity. It's all about positioning. Where will you be? When will you come back down pit road? As each and every one of these drivers will have to make at least one more green flag pit stop here this evening. So one more green flag stop here today for each and every one of these drivers. I mean, that is, a potential make or break on your evening. Obviously, trying to sit out there, trying to hold a good spot for as long as some of these drivers have been all day. It's one thing, it's a tough thing, but to have that pressure, knowing that this is the final stage, one slip up, one mistake could cost you the run that you've been working for all evening long. If you feel like you got a top 5 car and you make that mistake and you finish outside the top 10, man, you are going to hang your head. But for each and every one of these other drivers, if you've been having a bit of a rougher day in here late in this race, you can make the right moves, the right strategy calls in, and, maybe leapfrog some of these other drivers. Could really put a big smile on your face, man. Even not coming home with a win, but a good solid top 10 or top 5 run could definitely be a huge day at the Speedway for some of these drivers. So we'll have to keep a close eye on some of those guys back there deeper in the pack, and if they're able to get some lucky breaks, some good calls, some good positioning, maybe they can work themselves up and into some really, really solid finishes here this evening. But it's all Jack Beauty's Beauty out in front, leading the charge here with Wells and Fisher in tow. A pair of those Fish Speed rides there in second and third. Logan Hamilton, another Fish Speed brakes machine, back there in position number 4, as Michael Boyles there in 5th. Aiden Lucas, the 31, and Joseph Smith there in 6 and 7, trying to race their way back inside our top 5. So is it Xavier Rugglebruggy in that beautiful National Guard number 5 machine, and then Landon Burbage and Applegate there in 9th and 10th. As Andrea Sue says, you're doing a great job. Long race for you too, Peacemaker. Yeah, definitely a long race for us up here in the booth, man. We're hitting 3.5 hours here since we hit that go live button. So 3.5 hours almost of constant talking, constant action, and obviously, those guys are working a little bit more physically than I am, but it's a lot of work up here in the booth as well. That is for certain. It is not an easy job to do, to say the least. There's constant things going on. You're constantly reading, checking different things, whether it's chat or some of the race stuff and everything else, and making sure that the stream's running good, and making sure that you're kind of following along on all the different strategies, following along on all the different ups and downs for the drivers there throughout the day, man. It's a lot of drivers. It's a long race. You gotta have that. They're going to have to start calling me Hard Drive up in the chat, because memory bank up here to try to remember kind of what's happened to every driver throughout this race and some of their ups and downs is definitely something that you're going to have a really, really good memory for. And for right now, we're doing a pretty good job at it. I mean, we still have, a little over 80 laps left to go to kind of break apart here, but we'll keep it together. We'll make sure we get there. Don't you worry about us. But for all these drivers, I don't know if their mental focus is as strong as Jack Beauty, Kobe Wells, Jordan Fisher. They're showing that they're going to be the front runners here potentially for this final stage. But one mistake, one slip up down pit side could put you back behind pit wall and out of this race. So we do see a few drivers hit pit road right here, and one of those being the 71 of Brian Matthews. Matthews hits pit road, and unfortunately too fast down pit side. The 71 earns a penalty here this evening down pit road, as you do see the 8 rider Trent Johns also hit pit lane right here. So I think for both of these drivers, try to either get wave arounds there during that stage break, did not come down pit side or did not get service or trying to make some sort of a strategy call here throughout this final stage, unfortunately. I'm not sure how it's going to play out for Trent Johns as he does get tires, he does get fuel, but still sitting down pit road. I'm not sure if he's going to get rolling back out there. Same with that 71 of Brian Matthews. Obviously now with the hold here for the black flag, we'll have to wait and see if he does rejoin this race. Terrence Murphy, who finds himself a few laps down back in 19th, he'll say thank you very much. If they stay down pit road, that's a couple extra points and a couple extra positions there for the 24. Same with the 83 of Darren Engler. And that 60 of Ryan Haller, who would love to jump inside the top 20, at least turn this race into a mediocre day after a opening lap issue and an opening lap wreck. We got to go back 3+ hours here to find Haller's crash. Here we go. Back to the very start of this race. There it is. Okay, it's going to take a little bit to kind of load back in, but if you look at the 60 ride here of Ryan Haller, there he is. Okay, so Haller, this is our initial start of this race and how things got kicked off here for the 60 ride of Haller and what could have put him back down on the Haller and out of this race right at the get-go, as it did for the 74 and pretty much did for the 6 and the 10 ride, as all 4 drivers right there taking the initial green flag got tore up and unfortunately quite destroyed out there on the speedway. And unfortunately, out of those 4 drivers, I believe Haller's the only one still rolling. Jaden Porter never made it any farther there. Did not even complete a lap of this race for Porter as he finishes back in 31st. Joe David still kept going. He finished about 111 laps, but looks like he's finished back in 29th here this evening. And the other driver that got tied up in that, Chess Hamby, he stuck with it for a while, ran about 225 laps, and then parked it down pit side. Looks like his night is over, but has been able to leapfrog a few of those drivers and finish in position number 23. Now, Haller, the only one of those 4 out of the initial race wreck, still rolling out there. Unfortunately, he's been multiple laps down all race long. He's been somewhere right around that 7 to 8 laps down, somewhere in that area. He stuck with it, though, kept himself in the battle. Obviously, leapfrogged a lot of these other drivers, and if there is an opportunity to maybe gain a few more out there, I'm sure he'll say thank you very much for it, and he is going to pick up a couple more spots, as unfortunately for Brian Matthews and Trent Johns, they are not rolling back out on the speedway at this point. And for Ryan Haller, that puts him in front of them, and now will put him a lap ahead of them as well. So for Ryan Haller, he's got to be feeling a little bit better now as he's up into the 19th position, able to keep himself alive here this afternoon, at least get some good solid points out of it. Not as bad as some, but not as good as others. Obviously no stage points there for him either, which will make it that much harder, but obviously just trying to salvage as much as he can here out of the day and to be a playoff driver, to keep your hopes alive, to make these playoffs, man. These are the performances you got to gut out. I mean, even in a 600-mile race where this race could have literally been a mile and a half for that 60 ride, could have been 1 lap and done for Ryan Haller here this evening after that initial spin and initial issue, but he stuck with it, man, and good on him, man. We love seeing that. We love seeing drivers just stick with it, even though things have gone wrong direction for them, to not give up, to not back down, just to keep on playing out there. Put on a great show for us, man, and keep this field full for us to enjoy some great racing all the way to the checkered flag. But for some drivers, I mean, I understand it, man. It's a long race. I'm sure they're tired, they're sore, they're done with it. I mean, I feel that for a lot of these guys. I feel there's a lot that are right on that edge, right on that line of wanting to call it quits, but just sticking with it, grinding it out here. That's what you need to do, and that longevity is really going to start to poke through for a lot of these drivers. We do see Michael Boyle starting to fall back here. The 0.5 impact ride now back into about the 11th position, so he just falls outside of our top 10 here this evening, as we do see Xavier Rogelbrunke and Evan Stewart able to get around him here, but Jack Buelty does see Colby Wells in that 39 ride of Jordan Fisher still right there in his rear view mirror. A little bit of a gap back, a little farther to our 4th place driver, Logan Hamilton. Aiden Luke is there in 5th, but down across the line, they'll click off another lap here. You see Smith back up into that 6th position. position. Applegate a little farther back behind him. There were two drivers that I think had the extended pit stops and the bathroom breaks during that third stage break of the day. We'll see if they can try to work their way up here, see if they can regain some of this track position, join maybe the battle here again for the race win this afternoon. But for Landon Burbage, been solidly up inside the top 10 here for majority of the day. So is an Xavier Ruggelbrugge, who's led some laps, has been up inside our top 3, top 5 pretty much all evening. We'll see if he can work his way back up there. For Evan Stewart, I mean, started off well, did get tied up in a wreck himself that kind of set him backwards for a little while, but he just stuck with it as well. Stayed on the lead lap, got some caution flags to get some service done to this 37 ride, has gotten it fixed up back into one good solid piece, and here he is, still enjoying a good solid day at the Speedway, sitting in that 10th position on the racetrack. But for Jack Buelty, out in front, you'll click off another lap, is 331 laps completed here this evening, and it's 69 laps left to go. 69 more laps left to duke it out here in this one, and we are going to jump into another quick Uncle Rodney Crank It Up. It's the Crank It Up session presented by Uncle Rodney here this evening as a quick Crank It Up here in our final stage of the Coca-Cola 600, the wheel-to-wheel 600 here this evening. Alrighty, a beautiful crank it up there, presented by Uncle Ronnie here this evening as our race leaders start to hit pit road. As out in front, we already saw Grant Applegate hit pit side there the lap before these guys, but now down pit road themselves. We do see Colby Wells getting a black flag here. So a black flag down pit side for Wells as he came down with his teammate Jordan Fisher. Fisher's rolling back out onto the speedway, unfortunately for Colby Wells, still parked down pit side. And now Logan Hamilton in the 09 ride. A pair of the Fish Speed Brakes machines earning black flags down pit lane. Oh, heartbreaker there for Logan Hamilton. Having a good run, good drive there for Jace LaForte. Unfortunately, this black flag is going to set him back. It's also going to set Colby Wells back quite a ways as well, as you do see our race leader, Jack Bealty, able to get down pit road nice and easy here, trying to hope to stay out in front here, trying to keep Jordan Fisher and the rest of the field back there at bay. But Fisher, he's going to be rolling up here with some speed. He's going to have that momentum with that one lap sooner pit stop working to his favor. Is down the back straightaway. Here he comes, the 67, clear out of pit road, big move out of Fisher, rolls in front of him, so Jordan does take over what could be the race lead. Things cycle back around here. Evan Stewart's going to stay out a little bit longer here as he keeps on keeping on out there on the speedway, as currently he sits there in the race lead and hoping that maybe he can catch a caution flag here, catch a lot of these other drivers a little farther back there, as you do see Hamilton still serving his penalty. Looks like Lucian Thompson also gaining a black flag here, so Lucian unfortunately earns a black flag himself, and this is potentially, we didn't see a lot of black flags throughout a couple of the earlier green flag pit stops, but we see 3 or 4 here throughout this wave of green flag stops, even with less drivers out there on the racetrack. And I think that's probably showing some of the mental awareness starting to fade away for a lot of these drivers. Probably starting to feel some of that fatigue, and unfortunately starting to just make those simple mistakes out there on the racetrack. And there is a big caution flag. Oh, brother, and look who it is. It's the Fish Speed 39 ride of Jordan Fisher, who's around. He's trying to get back out, rolling on the speedway here. Now he may be stuck on the racetrack. Oh, no. I think he's stuck, chat. I think Fisher's stuck right there. He's got to throw it in reverse. This is going to scrape that front bumper and that splitter a ton. That could have caused a lot of damage there for him, but man, this may have put him a lap down as well late in this race. But let's take a look at it, see what happens as Fisher was trying to keep that 67 ride back there at bay, and it looks like battling for the race lead. Jack Bealty sends it in underneath of him. Fisher, I don't know if he comes down or not, but nonetheless they make contact, and Fisher gets around up the track. Hard contact there into the outside fence. Big hit there for the Fish Speed Brakes machine, and for Jordan Fisher, this one's gonna send him back a ton here. Let's take another look at it and see kind of just the racing that these two are putting on here, because honestly, Jack had come down pit road a lap later than Jordan Fisher, and I think Fisher knew that this is the race win right here. This was potentially between him and that 67, so he's trying to do everything he can to try to keep this 67 back at bay. And we'll take a look here. Looks like he kind of came in a little bit higher, and then I don't know if he just thought maybe the 05 was going to go middle. Maybe he's trying to figure out where to go to get around these lap cars in front of him. He goes a little bit more to the outside, 67 underneath of him. Fisher keeps coming down, 67 keeps coming down, and then eventually they just kind of meet there, both looking to try to get underneath that 24 ride. And it's just a tough spot right here. Tough contact, tough hit. Fisher tries to keep it straight. He tries to keep pointing the right direction. Unfortunately, these things, this is what they do, man. You can see the wheel crank to the right. He's trying to keep it pointed, keep it rolling in the right direction, and finally it straightens out. When it straightens out, it just snap hooks you back up the racetrack, up and into the outside fence, and that caused a lot of damage there for Jordan Fisher. And late in this race, man, it's going to be very, very tough for him to bounce back from that, as you did see, I believe, Colby Wells potentially be the first driver a lap down, so Wells may be able to get the lucky dog back on a lead lap. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes all through, as we did see Stephen Blevins down pit road. Now, Evan Stewart, this worked out perfectly here for Evan, as I believe Evan is going to be back on the lead lap here, or he's going to be on the lead lap, but he's going to have the race lead. But I think for Blevins, He's still down pit side. Applegate, I believe, leads the charge here for drivers trying to get the wave around. The free pass back on a lead lap. Landon Burbage, Xavier Ragobrugge, Logan Perriman, Austin Thompson, I believe, all looking for wave arounds here, trying to get themselves back on the lead lap, back into the action here this evening. Same with Jason Bogarts there as well, currently in that 10th position. Unfortunately, it may keep Jordan Fisher and Jack Buelty a lap down here. I believe Fisher and Buelty both fall on a lap down out on the racetrack, and they may still be a lap down here and have to battle for the free pass position. Colby Wells is going to go to 1 lap down instead of 2 laps down out there on the racetrack, as a lot of these drivers are going to get wave arounds here. But now, kind of in a good position here, Evan Stewart, Michael Boyles, they're going to be 1 and 2 here. Levins is back, scored currently right now in that 6th position. But on the lead lap here, he was also down pit road a lap of 3:51. So they're going to have about 5-6 lap better tires than a lot of these other drivers here. And that kind of puts Evan Stewart and Boyles into the prime position here for this restart, as they're going to have the top spot. They have lap traffic between themselves and the rest of these drivers. As you look back here, the 31 ride of Joseph Smith, he scored in 3rd, but he's going to have 4 or 5 lap cars in between himself and our race leader here coming back to the green flag. Oh man, this is going to make things interesting. This is going to make things very, very fun, as these drivers, man, this is going to be fun. Obviously, if there's another caution flag or 2, that opens up the door for Fisher and Buelty to try to get the lucky dogs, try to get back on the lead lap here. Colby Wells, he'll be also looking for that lucky dog, trying to get himself back on the lead lap here in this one, as well as Fishman says, oh, they just met there. Right. It's just racing, man. It's racing, hard racing for the race lead. They both knew where they were putting their cars and what they were doing, and obviously this did not work out. And it didn't work out for either of them, as Buelty does get held a lap back, as well as Jordan Fisher. So both Fisher and the 67 both behind the 8 pole now, both 1 lap down, and both trying to battle back here as we go back to green flag racing for Evan Stewart. He's in the prime position now, as he's got the race lead. He's got that top spot. He'll look to try to keep Michael Boyles and the rest of this field back there at bay, as you do see Joseph Smith trying to work his way through some of the lap traffic is right in front of him. It's tough lap traffic to work your way through. It's Jack Buelty and that 39 rider Jordan Fisher, who were positioned to be 1 and 2 here potentially after that green flag cycle would work its way through. They got time together. They brought the caution flag out. They both fall 1 lap down, and unfortunately now for both of them, they've got a battle here for that lucky dog. They got a battle to try to put themselves back onto the lead lap. Now for Jordan, he may have a little bit more damage than that 67 ride, so he's going to probably be a little bit more back here. I think he's going to struggle a little bit more trying to work his way back through this traffic than the 67 ride will be. But obviously for Joseph Smith, he's trying to work his way back up to the race leaders now. He knows he's got a good enough car to compete and probably be better than Michael Boyles and Evan Stewart. But not only do they have that track position, but they got 5 lap better tires than the 37 and the 05 ride. So it's a tough break there for obviously all the drivers back there that had already made that green flag pit stop. Obviously, great break there for Boyles and Stewart as they lead the charge here, 1 and 2 out there on the racetrack. The 24 ride, that is Terrence Murphy, who's right here with them. Murphy is trying to race his way, I think, another lap back. I believe he is still about 5-6 laps down out there on the racetrack, even when he's sitting in front of our race leaders. I'm not sure how long they're going to like this or want this to continue, as obviously this is holding them up. But for Evan Stewart, he might be playing it smart here, maybe take it a little easier on the tires. He's going to allow the 05 ride to go on by here, and I believe for Boyles, he's going to take over the race lead, as the 24 Terrence Murphy is still, I think 5 laps down out there on the racetrack. Boyles right there behind him is our race leader. So for the Impact 05 ride, who's had his fair share of calamities here this evening, the 05 now rolls out in front. Evan Stewart right there in second. We saw kind of how he got tore up in one of those earlier wrecks this evening. He stuck with it, battled with it, and for the Fish Speed number 37 ride, rolls here in second, in really good position here to potentially battle and compete for the race win here this evening. I think for Evan Stewart right now. I mean, there's still over 40 laps left to go here in this race. I think the goal for this 37 ride may be to kind of just sit back a little bit, hang back, maybe not push it too hard right now. Allow the 0-5 of Boyles maybe to burn his stuff up, chase him down late in this race, and try to steal the win away from him here in the closing laps of this feature event, as you do see the gap there between them and our third place driver, Joseph Smith, as Smith rolls there in third. You look a little farther back, but another second back, you see our fourth place driver, Grant Applegate. Xavier Roggebrugge rolls there in that fifth position. Landon Burbage in position number 6. Stephen Blevins in position number 7, with Logan Perriman, Austin Thompson, and Jason Bogart rounding at our top 10. As Bill Fisher says, Jordan held his line in the corner. It's up to the car behind not to cause contact. From my experience with making calls at a racetrack for many years, I mean, hey, it is what it is. It's hard racing for the race lead after 300 plus laps here at Charlotte. It's gonna probably happen at some point in time. I mean, that's just racing. I mean, they call them accidents for a reason. They're not playing, they're accidents. They're mistakes out there on the racetrack. And whether or not you like the contact or the issue there, I mean, that's just part of racing action. Contact like that happens all the time. And obviously, for Jack Buelte, he held up to his end of the bargain as well. He knew he caused it. He didn't go back on the lead lap. He didn't race his way back into the race lead. He also went a lap down. He owned up to his fault of making that contact. Went a lap down with Jordan Fisher. They were both currently on the lead lap as that caution flag was thrown. They both stayed a lap down because of that issue, because of that contact. So, I mean, as much as you may not like it, I mean, Jack did the right thing. He stayed a lap down as well. He took the same fault and, put himself back here behind the 8-ball, and what could have potentially took him out of the race win or the race lead here this afternoon as well, as the 67 ride now sits back in 11th, a lap down here. Jordan Fisher sits there in 12th, also a lap down out on the racetrack, and now they'll battle here for the lucky dog spot and see if there is a late race caution flag to try to get themselves back into the battle here today. As Evan Stewart, though, out in front, he's got the race lead. He worked his way back around Michael Boyles, and Boyles will fall back in position number 2 and into the clutches now of Joseph Smith. Now Smith with 5 lap older tires. What does he need to do? Where does he need to go? You can see him up there scraping that outside fence, trying to find that speed, trying to find that extra gear to try to jump up here and battle with the 5 ride, to battle with that 37, to try to put himself into position here to potentially, duke it out for the race win this afternoon. But having that disadvantage in those tires, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be a climb here. He's just got to really hope that maybe the 37 and the 05 kind of burn their stuff up a little bit, balance out the tires a little bit more, and still be within striking distance. Then he can work his way into the hunt here at the front and hope that other drivers back behind him, like Applegate, Xavier Roggebrugge, Landon Burbage, some of these guys don't have this late race magic, this late race gear that they jump up here and start making moves around him and try to steal that third spot, maybe even the race win away from him and our top 2 cats out there on the speedway, as the tires are going to be the big key to success here late in this race. And as of this point here, with only 35 laps left to go, be 34 this time by the start finish line, huge advantage still goes to Evan Stewart and Michael Boyles. But late in this race, anything can happen. One mistake, one slip up, one piece of contact into the outside fence, or anything else could put you behind pit wall, or potentially cause a little too much damage where you end up falling that far back and give up all that position, all that track time, and maybe even just a little bit better tire could get scrubbed off with a bit of a slide on any corner exit. You start to slide these tires around, you start to push it a little bit too hard, trying to open up a big lead or pull away from these guys, could set you back right into the grip of those drivers back behind you. Evan Stewart, though, out in front, looking to try to pick up the wheel-to-wheel 600 victory here this evening, a crown jewel win here in the Wheel-to-Wheel Racing League. Stewart's looking to try to get it done here this evening, but for Joseph Smith and Michael Boyles, they're battling now for position number 2. This is exactly what Evan wants to see. He wants to see these guys battle door to door for quite a while here. Obviously, we talked about it. Smith, 5 lap older tires here over that 05 of Michael Boyles, so he's in an uphill battle, but I mean, he's still making it work. And with Jordan Fisher right there with him, Fisher's worked his way into the lucky dog position, so a late race caution flag could put Fisher right back into the battle here, right back on the lead lap and into the hunt at the front here this evening. But as of right now, sits a lap down back there in position number 11 on the speedway, as Smith and Boyles continue to battle side by side right here down across the line. They complete lap 369 here this evening. And Evan Stewart, he's loving every single second of it. As he looks at that rearview mirror, he still sees them door to door, but now finally sees Smith able to clear that 0-5 ride. Has about a second advantage here. So he's got 1 second between himself and Joseph Smith. And back down through corner number 3 and out of corner number 4, back down across the line. He's got 30 laps of racing action left to go. So 30 more laps left to duke it out. Can Evan Stewart hold them off and keep them back there at bay and park himself up and into the Charlotte Motor Speedway victory lane here this evening? Or do we see Smith able to hunt him down, take this win away from him? What about Michael Boyles, who's now fallen even farther back, as you do see the 39 ride of the lap down car of Mr. Fisher able to get around him. Now here comes Jack Fieldy, able to try to battle around him here as well. And honestly, this is another big W for Evan Stewart, as this is going to hold off that 0-5 ride a little bit more. You do see Applegate back there in position number 4. He's looking for more here, but he's had a really hard time trying to navigate his way around some of this lap traffic. He hasn't been able to work his way around that 24 or the 67 ride, and now you see Boyles get up into the outside fence. Applegate's going to get right to his back bumper, give him a big run down the back straightaway here, pushes that 0-5 in front of him, but now able to finally complete that pass on the 24 ride, and he's able to work his way around that 0-5 of Michael Boyles. Boyles now with that contact into the outside fence. You got to wonder what kind of damage that may have produced for that 0-5 machine, as the impact ride unfortunately can continue to fall farther and farther behind our race leader. Boyles now falls into position number 4 here, has multiple cars and lap cars in between himself and our race leader Evan Stewart. As Stewart out in front still has about a second between himself and Joseph Smith, with about 5 laps difference in tires here, and now probably about 3 laps of green flag racing difference between the tires on Evan Stewart and the 31 of Joseph Smith. Smith is still kind of at a disadvantage here, especially late in this race, but for the Fish Speed Brakes AG's Designs number 37 ride, this will be a big win for Evan here this evening. And man, it's been such an up and down season for him. He's had some really good runs. He's had some really tough battles out there. And I know for Evan, this would be a big, big win for that 37 ride in their program here this evening, as he's had, 3 top 5 finishes. He's had some really good races, but he's also had some really tough races. Finds himself coming into this race tied for position number 9 in the points. Now, he's earned some decent stage points here today. Not a ton, but a decent amount. And with obviously the race win would really propel him forward, potentially leapfrogging Haller, Mickelson, Colby Wells, and probably even putting himself up towards the top 5 here potentially. And could really open up the door for Evan Stewart here to kind of bring a big jolt into his season, midway through it, going into these summer months, into some of these other longer races, and into our in-season championship as well. Is definitely something huge here for that 37 ride, and exactly what he needed to kind of get things rolling and kind of get the season going a little bit more for this 37 machine. And if he can pull it off here tonight, man, it would set him up nicely for that in-season championship, as we're going to have a little fun run in-season tournament here through Rockingham, Texas, Indianapolis, which is another full-length NASCAR race, San Diego, and Chicagoland. So I believe for our next 5 races are going to be, our in-season tournament, and that's a big break right there. That's some great news for the 37 ride, coming alive right at the right time here, heading into that in-season tournament, and honestly setting himself up for a big win in a crown jewel race is definitely something that each and every one of these drivers is always looking forward to and wanting to have. And obviously here tonight, they're hoping that they can pull this one off right now out there on the speedway. But for Evan Stewart, he's still got a lot of work to do, still a lot of laps left to go here, and he's got to hold off Joseph Smith, who's looking to try to race his way up there, looking for his second win here on the season. Smith is getting a little bit of help here as the 39 ride of Jordan Fisher, who's, a lap down out there on the racetrack, was pushing him, was helping him along there pretty well, but now Fisher's trying to make the move or get around him here. Even being a lap down, Fisher, though, showing that he's got some good speed, that he would be a threat here at the front of the field if he wasn't a part of that last caution flag and didn't get tore up there between himself and that 67 right of Jack Buelte. You see Buelte, there's a couple cars back there behind him for what would be the 5th position, but both the 39 and the 67 a lap down. So Applegate sits in 3rd here. Applegate trying to roll that outside lane. Unfortunately, that time got a little too high there. Scraped that outside fence. Lost quite a bit of speed there out of that 57 ride. Will fall back into position number 3 still, and unfortunately will fall back a couple extra tenths behind our 2nd place driver, and our race leader Evan Stewart is down across the line. They complete lap 380, and there's only 20 laps left to go. 20 more laps of racing action out there on the speedway. 20 more laps left to duke it out here in this one for Evan Stewart, Joseph Smith, Applegate. Who's going to get it done? Who will find their way into victory lane here in this one? And will we potentially see other drivers like Landon Burbage or Xavier Rugglebruggy? Will they work their way up and into the battle here as Boyles does fall all the way back now into that 6th position? Unfortunately, since that restart's going to drop like a rock in that 0-5 ride. Stephen Blevins with probably one of his better runs here, or potentially better finishes of the season. They're in 7th. Logan Perriman in position number 8. Austin Thompson back there in 9th. Jordan Fisher, first car 1 lap down, scored there in position number 10. With Jack Buelte back in 11th. Jason Bogarts rolls there in 12th. Colby Wells in that 13th position on the speedway. Logan Hamilton back in 14th with Lucian Thompson there in 15th. Terrence Murphy back in 16th. Ryan Haller now up into 17th, as I do believe Aiden Lucas has taken his car down pit side here and potentially out of this race. So it looks like Aiden Lucas may be done for the day as well. Darren Engler still rolling, and Brian Matthews back out there onto the racetrack as well. Unfortunately, both these drivers have fallen in behind Ryan Haller out there on the racetrack. And for Haller, I mean, he sits 17th. He's got a mid-pack right now for how this race started for him to where it's going to finish. I mean, 17th is a whole lot better than 30th or even 25th out there on the racetrack. So just sticking with it, keeping with it, and not giving up here this evening, as Haller at least getting himself some pretty decent points here this afternoon. But for Evan Stewart, looking for a great point day, trying to put himself up and into victory lane here. Has about 0.8 of a second between himself and Joseph Smith. Also Smith back there in position number 2, now has a car in between him and our race leader Evan Stewart. So for Smith, not only does he have to try to work his way back around Jordan Fisher, then he has to try to go to work and try to find his way around Evan Stewart as well. No easy task this late in this race. And even if you're Jordan Fisher here, Jordan's trying to race his way potentially back onto the lead lap, showing these guys that, hey, if the caution flag was to come out, I was able to stay on the lead lap, I'd be up here battling for this race win, whether or not it was down to the tires or not. As he's just trying to prove a point here, I think, with hunting down our race leader, but at the same point in time, he knows it's a fish speed car out in front of the field leading the charge. Could be a great points day here for Evan Stewart and the team, and obviously I'm sure for Jordan, if he's going to lose to anybody, if he's going to lose this race, I'm sure he'd love to see that fish speed breaks 37 ride up and into victory lane here this evening. So I feel like he may be a little bit more content with just kind of sitting back here in position, what would be position number 2, as we do see Jason Bogarts now with some late race contact. Huge damage here on the 17 ride. No caution flag. I do believe potentially a flat tire or something mechanical going wrong here for the 17 machine. He's going to have to make a late race pit stop as he hits pit lane, and he'll go to work here, get the crew to go to work. Unfortunately, that's going to set him back a few more spots. May open the door here for Colby Wells and a few more drivers to work their way around Bogart. That'll unfortunately set him back a little bit more late in this race. But out in front, it's all Evan Stewart, and now all of a sudden, you see Jordan Fisher falling back here. Fisher now back to that 31 ride of Joseph Smith and the 24 who's came back into play here as a lap down driver. Terrence Murphy's right into the battle here this evening as well as Rodney Stewart says, push his fish, he says. That sounds way too dirty than what it should. Rodney is out in front though. Evan holding on to the top spot here. Smith back there now has 2 lap cars in between himself and our race leader. And unfortunately here for Joseph, he finds himself now falling 1.3 seconds behind Evan Stewart. I think for Evan right now, you just cannot make a mistake. You cannot slip up, and he cannot see a caution flag. A yellow flag out there on the speedway would put you into a heartbreaking position here this evening, as it would be a very tough call to want to come down pit road, even if you got an extra set of tires back there, but somebody getting a lucky dog or someone, a little deeper in the field. When you look at, even Xavier Roggebrugge back in 5th, Boyles, Blevins, Perriman, any of these guys, if they've got an extra set of tires back there behind pit wall, late race caution flag, they come down pit side, put those on. They may be very, very tough to hold off, even with a green-white checkered, man. We could definitely see them potentially roll their way right up there to the front of the field, as you do see Evan Stewart just starting to pull farther and farther away here from Joseph Smith. Smith now back 1.7 seconds behind Evan Stewart, and Stewart is just pulling away here with this one with only 10 laps left to go here in our wheel-to-wheel 300. Evan Stewart leads the charge. Smith back there in second. Applegate sits in third as he reels in that 31. Ryan will see if he can make a big move here. See if he can try to get around Joseph Smith late in this race. Landon Burbage, he's looking for a top 3 performance. So isn't that 5 ride of Xavier Roggebrugge, as both these drivers reeling into Applegate and Joseph Smith. So maybe still a spot or 2 up for grabs here late in this race for the 2 ride and the 5 machine here as they hunt down Applegate and Smith out there on the speedway. And for Evan Stewart, that's just more about what he wants to see, man. Lots of lap traffic now between himself and our second place driver and the rest of the field back there behind him on the lead lap. And if some of these guys like Landon and Xavier can start putting the pressure here on Joseph Smith and Applegate, that could really start to open up the door here for Evan to just really break this thing wide open. I mean, he already kind of has. It's now about 2.3 seconds between himself and Joseph Smith here at the front of the field. So for Evan Stewart, man, he knows it, man. He sees this checkered flag just off in the distance. He just needs to keep it clean, needs to keep it pointed in the right direction, not make any huge mistakes here. And I think he should have it. Even if this lap traffic starts to play havoc on his back bumper, I think he needs to let them go. But I think for right now, I think they're giving him enough granite and enough leeway here that they're not really sticking there to his back bumper. I feel like potentially at this point, the 24 ride of Terrence Murphy or even that 39 of Jordan Fisher or Jack Bulte could probably jump up and race their way back or around the 37 of Evan Stewart. I don't think they're going to. I mean, they might, but I just don't see it. And I think if they do catch him, I think he's just got to let them go, man. He's got enough of a gap here, even between these guys, back to Joseph Smith, that he'd still be sitting very, very comfortable with over a second gap between himself and this 31. And obviously, as he continues to keep on rolling, they just continue to get farther and farther away here. It's over 3 seconds now, the gap between first and second here on the speedway, as you do see Xavier Roggebrugge able to jump up into 4th here, as Landon Burbage falls back into that 5th position. Duzay got enough here to try to gain a couple extra spots late in this race. Jumps up to the high side, looking for a big run down at a corner number 2 here at Charlotte, and looking to try to work his way onto the podium into the top 3 here this evening, as his Chesapeake Racing teammate there, the 31 rider Joseph Smith, just in front of him, but Applegate right there in between them. I'm sure he'd love to try to make it at least a 2-3 finish here for the Chesapeake Racing team this afternoon, and trying to navigate his way around that Red Bull Fish Speed 57 ride. So we'll keep a close eye on those guys, but out in front, Evan Stewart just continues to pull farther and farther away here. And here you go. You do see some of that lap traffic catching up to him. 24 ride there to his outside of Terrence Murphy. He was already multiple laps down. I believe at this point he's 5 laps down or something like that here. Trying to put himself to 4 laps down if he can complete the pass here on our race leader. I mean, really no gain out of this. He's not going to gain any points or really any positions here. And for right now, kind of just not the best move here with the race leader trying to win this thing and trying to keep himself out of trouble, and now kind of getting surrounded by some of this lap traffic. Definitely puts the pressure on him, knowing that if they make a mistake, if they make a slip up or an issue around him here, it could potentially cost him the race here this evening. But for Evan Stewart, nice and easy, back down across the line here. He'll see 2 laps left to go, and here comes Fisher right there to his back bumper. Jack Bulte's right there as well. But nice and easy down through 1 and 2 here after 398 laps of racing action. We're finally down to our final 2 laps here this evening as they head down through 3. Nice and easy out of corner number 4. Back down and across the start-finish line here for Evan Stewart. Evan will see the white flag fly here in the wheel-to-wheel 600 here this afternoon. Our Coca-Cola 600 here this evening, and it's Evan Stewart out in front who will lead us down the back straightaway for the final time here this evening. Nice and easy into corner number 3 and out of corner number 4. It's the 37 ride of Evan Stewart who will pick up the checker flag here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up here for our race winner. The 37 ride of Evan Stewart as Evan gets it done and claims victory here in our Coca-Cola 600, the crown jewel race here at Charlotte with the Wheel-to-Wheel Racing League, man. What a run, what a race, what a drive there for Evan Stewart. Obviously, a little bit of a beneficiary of a late race contact there and a late race yellow flag, but it works into his favor and he's able to put himself in the right position at the right time to find himself up and into victory lane here this evening. Joseph Smith holds on to second, and it is Xavier Roggelbroggi who's able to jump up and into position number 3. So Zay comes home in 3rd. Applegate back in 4th. Landon Burbage, good solid top 5 run there for Burbage as he finishes there in that 5th position. Michael Boyle, Stephen Blevins, Logan Perriman, Austin Thompson, and Jordan Fisher round out our top 10 here this evening. But it's all Evan Stewart as Evan picks up the checkered flag and wins here this evening at Charlotte Motor Speedway, man. What a run, what a drive, what a performance there, Mr. Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys enjoyed that race, if you guys enjoyed that show, make sure you guys do us a favor, man. Hit that thumbs up button on the broadcast right now. Hit that subscribe button. Become part of the Peacemaker family here today. And jump in the comments section and cheer on this 37 of Evan Stewart as he picks up the dub here this evening in our crown jewel Coca-Cola 600 here this evening with the Wheel-to-Wheel Racing League as he gets to celebrate here on the front straightaway. We'll get ready to pull him and the rest of our top 3 up and into the broadcast booth here for their post-race interview. It says, Ronnie Stewart says, congratulations, Evan. Says, called it, great race. Called it, he says, called it. Fish Mom says, congrats, Evan. Congrats there to the Fish Speed, the number 37 ride of Evan Stewart here this evening as we'll get ready to pull him and the rest our top 3 up and into the booth. As of right now, we see Xavier in there. We'll wait for the other 2 to pop in as Andrew Seuss says, congrats, Evan. Hashtag Fish Speed, baby. Fish Speed in the chat right there. Big win as well for the Fish Speed rides. I mean, what is the over-under on how many cars are sponsored or powered by Fish Speed? I want to say they got to be at like 80%, 90%. I think they're all pretty much Fish Speed at this point, but nonetheless, Fish Speed, another big win there as Evan Stewart finds his way up and into victory lane. Now, he may be off taking a little bit of a pee break here or something, so as we only get one driver in the waiting room right now, we'll get ready to pull in our 3rd place finisher waiting patiently here. It's Xavier Roggelbroggi. Let's get Zay up here into the booth first. Hey, Xavier, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. Take a copy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Xavier, man, great run, great race for you here this evening, man. Take us back through. It is obviously a very long race, a lot of laps, a lot of miles here at Charlotte, and obviously it comes down to the nitty gritty, grinding out those final 100 laps. A little craziness there at the, you know, middle of the green flag pit stop caution flag that we kind of saw fall in the first stage also falls here in this final stage, and it kind of sets you guys back a little bit here. And luckily enough, you're able to kind of rebound nicely. You get the wave around back on the lead lap, and then here you are making some moves late in this race to get around Landon Burbage, to get around Applegate, and to park yourself up here on the podium, brother. Take us back through what's going through your mind after 400 laps, 600 miles of racing action here at Charlotte.
Well, immediately what's going through my mind is I want to go to bed. Oh my god, that race was. Oh my god, I've ran the Daytona 24 before. I've done a 4 hour stint, but this was something else. Oh my god. Yeah, started on the pole, led the first couple laps. I think was kind of just riding in stage one. I was kind of riding most of the race actually. I was able to keep it in the top five, which I was very happy about. It's just the pit stops, the cautions during pit cycles really messed us up. I remember in the first stage, it got me. It got me in the last stage. Um, Outside of that, it was pretty uneventful until towards the end of stage three when I slapped the wall and I had some sort of internal damage because I had like a minute 50 of optional. And coming to the final 100 laps, I took a couple seconds of that, maybe about like 10 seconds, just to get the wheels straightened out a bit more. And yeah, I wasn't as fast as I was initially in the race because of the damage. The damage made me really loose. There was times, a couple times during the end of stage three, and towards the end of the race, I was almost wrecking loose. I could barely run the bottom, especially if there was someone next to me. I remember when I was getting past the 05, I was just wrecking. So yeah, but yeah, able to bring it home P3. Got some good stage points, and man, we are on a roll. What I won from the pole yesterday in another league. Got pole in here, finished third, led hopefully the most laps. I'm not sure how many laps I led. I'm sure Jack or Kobe or someone else led more than me, but you know what? I'll take it. Good points day.
Yeah, great points day, amazing day here at Charlotte after what was a long run and some tough racing out there on the speedway. Lots of back and forth, lots of tight battling here, and as the smoke settles here at Charlotte, Xavier, obviously a long race, a tiring race for you, brother. Who would you like to thank for such a great run and great performance out there on the speedway?
Oh man, well of course the whole team. I want to shout out Joshua Nunez. He wasn't racing tonight, but he was up on the box for all of us, giving good comms and letting us know about damage, stuff happening on track. Of course, shout out to everyone else on the team: Landon Burbage, Lucian. Um, oh my God, Joseph. Of course, can't forget Joseph, my man. Um, yeah, shout out to Nick Wheeler, who was subbing for Wyatt today. He was my sub at Auto Club. He's gonna run a couple part-time races for us this season, and he was in our team chat. Sucks he got wrecked out early, but that's racing for you. Shout out to my grandma. Of course, shout out to my mom too. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, man. Tiring weekend, but you know what? Good weekend of racing.
Absolutely. Getting hot at the right time is obviously for next Sunday we head into our first race of the in-season tournament. So getting hot at the right time and a good solid third place finish here in our crown jewel definitely gets that confidence a little bit of a boost and that momentum kind of rocket forward, and hopefully many more trips up here into the broadcast booth over the next few weeks, and hopefully you can keep this hot streak alive here for a little while here and try to find yourself in the five ride up here into victory lane a few more times here on the season.
Oh yeah, hopefully we can finally get one in the victory lane. I honestly thought I could have won this race. With how everything played out, I feel like if I didn't get that damage, I would have had a pretty good chance. Not get the damage, better caution luck. You know what? I feel like I could have easily won this race. I definitely had the pace, and I displayed that multiple times this race. So you know what? Let's roll in the Rockingham and try and win that thing.
Absolutely, brother. We look forward to seeing you back out there on the racetrack again next Sunday night. Xavier, congrats on the third place finish here this evening, and we'll see you back out there next weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our third place finisher, Xavier Ragobragi. As Xavier comes home in that third position, as we'll get ready now to pull in our second place finisher, the 31 ride of Joseph Smith. Hey, Joe, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. Do you get a copy?
Yeah.
Joseph, man, good run, good race for you here tonight, man. Take us back through this one. Obviously, up at the front of the field here, battling hard all night long between yourself, Xavier. You throw Applegate into the ring there, Jordan Fisher, Jack Bulty, Colby Wells. So many tough competitors up and around you all evening long. But it seemed like for the 31, you were able to pretty much stay inside the top 3, top 5 all evening here. Lead some good laps as well in there. And obviously late in this race, it's a little older tires there trying to hang with that 37 of Evan Stewart. Couldn't quite hang with them, and obviously later in the run started to really see those tires fall off compared to his 4 or 5 lap newer tires, and he was able to just pull away from you there in the closing laps. But take us back through what's going to go through your mind as you park it up here in position number 2 after 400 laps of racing action here at Charlotte.
I'm tired. I'm tired. It's usually hot in my room. This race is like 4 some hours. I run high force feedback, so I'm tired. I'm happy with the P2. I felt like I probably could have caught him and maybe won the race if it wasn't for the EOL rule, because there's just a bunch of just lap cars just in front of me, so I had to climb through lap traffic and then pass the 05, which didn't make it easy. And then I had to chase him, but at that point the tires kind of plateaued already, and it was a full track state. So, yeah, I was working with my teammate late in the race, holding the 57 at bay to try and help him get through, and it worked out. So we got a 2-3 in the Coke 600. So I'm happy. It was a good day, good points day. I definitely wish some things could have gone my way. This race, just lots of cautions under pit cycles, and again with the EOL rule having to be behind lap traffic, it's just I felt like I was going through lap cars the whole race, and it was just annoying. But yeah, I'm ready to relax. I'm tired.
I feel you, brother. Definitely a very long race. A lot of tough work and tough battles out there on the racetrack. And late in this race, man, it's down to the nitty-gritty. It's down to that final grind, and you're trying to chase down a win, trying to keep yourself, obviously, in that second position along the way as well, trying to play a little defense there, and luckily enough, you're able to hold on to position number 2, and you see your teammate Xavier able to work his way up onto the podium. Joe, who would you like to thank here this evening, though, for such a great run and strong performance in this beautiful second-place run and having your teammate right there behind you in third?
The whole Chesapeake Racing team, everyone at Fish Speed as well. My mom, happy Mother's Day. I really wanted to win it for her, but I couldn't get it done. But I'd like to thank my dad, my granddad, my uncle, my grandma, just everyone who watches these races. This one was long, so yeah, it probably got boring at some point too when we got strung out and kind of just plateaued. But yeah, I'd like to thank everyone for being here and watching.
Absolutely. Well, Joseph, great run, great drive here this evening, man. We look forward to seeing you back in action again next Sunday night from Rockingham Speedway for our next show and another great race for the Wheel to Wheel Racing League.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your night.
You too.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our second place finisher, Joseph Smith, as Smith comes home in position number 2. Now, unfortunately, I don't see Evan Stewart in here. I think Evan has already went to bed potentially. I don't even see him in the comments section over there. in the comment area. I don't see him in any of the Discord's channels, so I can't pull him in. Ronnie, I don't know if you can get on the phone with him. I don't see our race winner, Evan Stewart, anywhere in this Discord to get him in here, to get him into the booth here. And even when I look at the people who are online, I don't think he's in there either. So I don't even know if he's online anymore. I think Evan Stewart may have just went straight to bed after winning this race. I think he may have just called it a night right there. Hopped off, went to bed, and called it a night. Yeah, he is offline. So I believe for Evan Stewart, we're not going to get our race winner in here, chat. He's disappeared. He has called it a night. So, shout out there. I'm sure Evan would love to shout out Fish Speed and all of his teammates. He'd love to shout out all the boys that make this happen and show up and put on a great show every single night of the week. And I'm sure he'd love to shout out his friends and family, everyone tuning in, watching, and cheering on Evan here this afternoon. And obviously, a huge shout out to his Uncle Rodney, always coming in, showing the love and enjoying these races, watching Evan battle out there on the Speedway. Even called it here early on this afternoon, knew Evan was going to be good today and potentially going to be in a spot to win this race. And well, he called it as here he is up in victory lane. Is I believe Evan, yeah, it looks like Evan is he's either lost internet at the perfect time after this race, or he has called it a night and went to bed, as he is no longer active on the Discord. He is offline in the Discord, so we cannot pull him in for a post-race interview. But nonetheless, huge shout out there to the 37 ride for winning today's feature event. Unfortunately, though, that's going to do it for us as well. I'm going to get ready to go to bed. Ronnie says, I'm calling. Okay, you can give a call. If he's tired, if he's trying to go to bed or get something to eat and then go to bed or anything, don't worry about it, Ronnie. I'm in the same boat, man. It's a long race. It was a long time, man. I'm sure most of these guys do not want to have to jump in here, do post-race interviews. I'm sure they want to just head straight to bed if they got work in the morning and everything else. I got work in the morning as well, so says he's coming. Okay, you talked him into it. Poor Evan, man. He's probably trying to get this thing going here. He's probably trying to get back into the Discord. Poor man. He's probably half asleep right now already. We'll wait for him. We'll give him a little time here. If he's coming, we'll give him some time here. I'm ready for bed too, so we better hurry up. That's for certain. He better hurry up. I'm also tired. Andrew Sue says, laugh out loud. Yeah, laugh out loud. He's coming. Laugh out loud. Oh, man. Man, what a race, though. What a race. What a show. What a performance, man. 400 laps, 600 miles. Crazy race, crazy show here this evening. These guys put on a wild race here this evening. But nonetheless, it was a great show, man. A lot of carnage there throughout the first and second stage. Not quite the first. Quite a bit there in that second stage. We did see a few big wrecks there in the other one. As Ronnie says, Night Peacemaker. Is Evan going to bed, or is he showing up? Is he showing up? Is he getting in here? I still see him online in Discord. What's the call here? No post-race interview for the 37 ride. Do I have to call it, or is he calling it? Who's calling it? I'll call it right now. All right, we're going to call it there. Evan's not in here. No post-race interview for the 37 ride. We gave it for him there. But thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. We will see you guys back here in the next one, man. GG's great race there to all these drivers, man. That was a hell of a show, hell of a performance. And huge shout out to all of you guys, all the amazing fans in the stands who came in, showed the love. Enjoy the great racing here this evening, man. It was a long one. It was a tough one. It was a fun one. And we can't wait to see these guys back out there in the next one as they head to Rockingham next Sunday night for the next amazing show and next amazing race. Shout out again to Evan Stewart for winning this race and parking the 37 ride up and in to the Coca-Cola 600 victory lane. But thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for tuning in. See y'all back here in the next one, man. Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and love.
Yeah. Burning rubber, tires screaming, engines go berserk. Pit stop precision like surgeons at work. Real wheel to wheel, hands on the grip, no chill. Broadcast live, peacemaker keeping it real. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curse box, flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. 360 on the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curse box, flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. On the asphalt, danger a flirt. Every lap closer, the tires eating dirt. Peacemaker's lens, the hype ignites. Streaming the chaos under neon lights. Draft game strong, slingshot out the lane. Calculated risk deep in the veins. Checker flags wave, dreams on the brink. Fast decisions where you barely get to blink. Yeah. From amateurs to legends, it's all the same heat. One wrong move might sweep defeat. High octane stakes climb mile by mile. Peacemakers mic hot, adding flames to the style. Speed demons on the track, hearts racing with the sound. Slide tight in the curse box, flying off the ground. Victory's a beast, it don't come easy. Wheel to wheel racing, the grind stay greasy. Greasy, the grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy. The grind stay greasy.